And today marks the second edition of this platform. We're bringing upon the previous success of the last edition and the energy from that event last year to, we're going to take this up a notch. So our focus for today is to deepen collaboration across the infrastructure ecosystem. That's what we're here to do. Deepen collaboration. We can't do this. There's no man is an island, we say. We're here to share knowledge. If I have one coin and you have one coin, if I give you my one coin, I have none and you have two. But if I have an idea and you have an idea, we both share ideas and live with two ideas. That's what we're here to do today. So InfraCONNECT is proudly hosted by the African Catalyst, a mission-driven organization committed to accelerating infrastructure development across the continent. Through initiatives like the DFIP program, the African Catalyst supports the full life cycle of infrastructure projects from ideation to investment. Today's session promises insights and inspiration. So we have a fireside chat coming. I'll be discussing with the lead partner at the African Catalyst. I also have the INFRAPITCH session featuring standout projects from the DFIP program. I'm sure you're excited about that one, aren't you? Of course, I'm looking forward to it. Then we cannot leave without networking. So we have a structured networking event today. We're going to end on that note. We'll have a structured networking session. I'm sure you have your tags, and I'm sure you're seating where you've been assigned. Maybe you don't know it, but we have set you up very intelligently. So you're not sitting with anyone by mistake. It was intentional. So I will also get to introduce members of the jury and navigate. I'm sure you have a QR code on your tags. So if you can click or take a picture of that QR code, it should give you access to the downloadable resource materials like the African Catalyst magazine and our impact strategy. So if you can take a picture of your tags, you can see the QR code there, and it will lead you on tips to maximize today's networking session. And also you can create a virtual card if you do not want to. I know sometimes you go for networking events and you do not want to just give out your number like that. Your email could be fine. So on that QR code, you can also create a virtual card. So maybe you just want to have your email address, and that's okay for now until we take the conversations forward. So you can also use that medium to create a virtual card. So today would make today count in no small way. Alrighty, I'd like to introduce members of the jury. So I'll just quickly read out the citation for members of the jury today. Please, as I welcome them, I'd like you to join me in giving them a round of applause. These are our esteemed jury members. So I'm starting with Cecilia Akintomide. She's the chairperson, the Sanitation and Hygiene Fund. She's a seasoned development, finance, and governance expert with over 30 years experience. She's the former vice president of the African Development Bank. She's led governance and member relations. Her legal and strategic expertise spans project finance, public-private partnerships, and institutional reform. She chairs the Sanitation and Hygiene Fund and serves on several boards. She's a strong advocate for inclusive development and women's empowerment. She also contributes to academia and legacy institutions, shaping sustainable development across Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, please put your hands together for Cecilia Akintomide. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you. Next is Bode Ojeni, the Managing Director, CEO, Sky Capital, and Financial Allied Institution International, beg your pardon. Bode is a seasoned financial executive and current Group Managing Director, CEO of Sky Capital, with expertise in structured finance, risk management, and corporate governance. He has led transformation across banking, insurance, and logistics. A fellow of key strategic institutes, He champions financial inclusion and sustainability. His cross-sector leadership drives finance-powered infrastructure solutions supporting Africa's development. One more time, please, can we put our hands together for Bodi or Jenny, GMD CEO, Sky Capital, and Financial Allied International. Next is Jobalo Oshinkolo, the Deputy CEO, ARM Harith Infrastructure Limited, Investment Limited. He is a seasoned infrastructure finance executive and commercial lawyer with over 25 years experience in Africa. As Deputy CEO of ARM Harith Infrastructure Investment Limited, he's helped establish the firm and lead key deals in energy, transport, and urban development, including the landmark Lekki Toll Road concession. He played a vital role in shaping PPP legislation and advancing private sector participation in infrastructure. Known for his strategic and investment and legal expertise, Jobalo is a respected leader, mentor, and advocate for sustainable infrastructure finance, influencing both policy and practice across the continent. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's put our hands together for Jobalo Oshinkolo. Thank you very much, sir. Now, I'd like to welcome Femi Awofala, our host today. He's the lead partner at Brixton Africa and the African Catalyst. Femi Awofala is a respected leader in infrastructure investments and early-stage project development in Africa. As lead partner at Brixton Africa and the founder of the African Catalyst, he supports first-time developers and bankable infrastructure in energy, mining, and industry. With 20 plus years of experience, he has led over $1 billion in deals across public and private sectors. His career includes senior roles at the Travant Capital, Vetivo Capital, and ARM Investment Managers. He has contributed to national policy via the National Economic Summit, what's that S again? Summit Group, yeah, that's correct. And is passionate about empowering infopreneurs, blending technical skills with a vision to transform infrastructure. Let me take that again because we're recording. His career includes senior roles at Travant Capital, Vetiver Capital, and ARM Investment Managers. He has contributed to national policy via the Economic Summit Group and is passionate about empowering infopreneurs, blending technical skills with a vision to transform infrastructure across the continent. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's put our hands together for our host, our chief host today, Femi Awofala. Thank you very much. At this juncture, I think it is fitting that I welcome Femi for his opening remark. A round of applause for him, please.
Thank you, everybody, and thank you for coming and also honoring us with your time for InfraCONNECT 2.0. So basically, ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to welcome you all to the second edition of InfraCONNECT. This event will shape the infrastructure ecosystem in Africa, and infrastructure is an important asset class that we cannot just leave behind. I wish to thank you all and highly commend the team within the African Catalyst that put together this great event. Ladies and gentlemen, we all recognize that Africa today has an infrastructure gap, and the challenge is that there is no mechanism for attracting the right infrastructure developers with the necessary skills and knowledge to run the projects from conception to financial close and completion. And we are here at the InfraCONNECT because we believe that we need forums like this that focuses primarily on early stage projects, primarily on getting projects right from the ideation stage and putting them together in a form that allows, developers or even project preparation investors to be able to see things in a clearer and a more consistent way. I welcome you all, and I thank you all for waiting, and I hope you have a great day. Thank you so much, and good morning.
All right, thank you very much, Femi, for that. This is an excellent opportunity for us to learn, unlearn, and relearn. While preparing for this event, I took some time to look at the African Catalyst YouTube channel, and it is so rich with content that I was wondering why we don't have a lot of our public sector people, maybe those in the Ministry of Works and Housing, not occupying this place, because these issues we're speaking to address the core of infrastructure development in Africa, especially at the early stage. And it's such a delight to have Brickstone Africa, the African Catalyst, take this challenge head on. So I'm very glad that Femi has decided to do this. A round of applause for Femi, everyone. We're going to be having a quick fireside chat at this time, and we're discussing with Femi the role of the African Catalyst in Africa infrastructure ecosystem. So the title of this fireside chat is The Role of the African Catalyst in Africa's Infrastructure Ecosystem. That's what we'll be discussing for the next few minutes. If you have questions during this session, it would be nice to speak with JC, or just signify. We would be able to take maybe one or two for the time that we have. And I would also like to ask at this time that if you have your phones on, we would please ask that you turn your ringers off or put them in silent mode, because we have an international audience and we're also recording. We could repurpose this content for different social media, and this message needs to get out. So please, if you can, put your ringers off, put your phone on silent mode, and enjoy the rest of the day. One more time, please put your hands together for Femi Awofala, our chief host today. I have a few questions I've written, to Are we good? So I have a few questions I have written, it's not every day we get to sit with an expert like you. Just let me know, cue me in, frame me well, chakam. So you know, go say, you never see me sit down with experts. So I want to thank you very much for this platform that you have created. It's not every day we get to see pioneer work done. You are chatting, how did they say that thing again? Uncharted terror. You see, I wanted to see people that went to school. Thank you very much for working. This is, I think, is a predestined part for you. You've been destined for this. Thank you very much. As part of the conversation today, we're going to delve into what you were thinking when you thought about the African Catalyst. What problems did you want to solve? And why did you think you were the one to solve it? So I'll start with the first question. What inspired the creation of the African Catalyst, and what core gaps in Africa's infrastructure ecosystem did you see and want to solve for?
All right, thank you very much. This is really a great time, and I welcome you all once again. So basically, growing up and working in my early career days, I had noticed a number of clients come to our offices as an investment banker, asking that, they want to be part of, or they want us to fund their projects or to advise them on their projects. And most times, that advice is not done in the way that it is easy for the investment banker or the advisor to be able to provide the level of advice they need. So most times, you are struggling to advise a client who wants to do a large-scale gas project, but he himself doesn't understand what it takes, for that project to work. So we started African Catalyst by providing, post-COVID, we've now been able to do it. I mean, we've trained over 200, entrepreneurs over the last 4 or 5 years. We've been able to now achieve a critical point now that if Africa is going to grow and meet its infrastructure gap, we can't be depending on, you know, foreign developers, right? We need to grow our own local handheld developers right from scratch. So that's an important part that we try to do, and that was why we created African Catalyst.
To you would be, why is the focus heavy on early stage projects? And what's are you looking to do with those bankable projects? What's your strategy to achieve those?
Okay, so previously, right, let's say maybe 10 years ago at the early stage, all you needed to do was to write a feasibility report or a business plan about an idea that is an SME idea. So what has happened over the period of time is the fact that most people tend to feel like putting together an infrastructure project is not necessarily the same way as putting together a startup business, right? Maybe you want to set up a bakery, or you want to set up a cookery, or you know, you want to do fashion and tailoring, right? And also, we also notice that at the early stage, most people who tend to pivot from your normal corporate finance, or they were doing trading before, and they now want to do like maybe a small power plant, or they want to just develop a small refinery or something, and all of a sudden, they just go bankrupt because they never understood that the desire or the route in developing an infrastructure project is way more intensive than doing any average startup. So we felt it was important to find a way to even help to bridge the gap, so that before going into an infrastructure project, so that you don't get bankrupt, right, or you lose all your money thinking that it is just a nice business plan and it ends. There's so many pillars that has to do with environmental, legal, technical, social, that it's important for us to start, it's important for us to give the right level of knowledge at that stage, so that you don't bother to do. Why it is very, very difficult to really get early stage funding for infrastructure projects at the very early stage, because the people you are speaking with, they don't understand what it takes for you to get there. And even when they give you funding, maybe they fund you $500,000 to do some early stage work and things like that, they're asking you, oh, 6 months now, how far, when are you going to site? And you're like, oh, I'm still raising debt. I'm still going to do this. They probably think you're a fraudster after like 2 years, and they can't see anything on the ground. They better have just taken that money and start up a bakery or a bottled water business. So our governments take time, they go abroad, they go to World Economic Forums, they go to international conferences, and they talk about the fact that Africa is open for business. Africa needs infrastructure, the private sector should do it, but nobody is doing the how. Everybody likes to just give the general idea that infrastructure needs to be funded. But how? And the how is not by brownfield investments, the existing investments they see, is by bringing new greenfield. And for you to bring in those new greenfield, the investors are not going to fold their hands and do it. They need entrepreneurs, they need infrapreneurs. And if they commit capital to an infrapreneur that is not informed, they will probably just lose that capital. So we want to stop the drain of putting early stage capital within the wrong infrapreneurs. Put early stage capital with somebody that is informed, that knows what it takes, and can also put his own skin in the game, and is ready to go the whole 9 yards. So that's why we focus on the early stage.
Wow, that's interesting. You know, I have an MBA in project management. I never told you this.
Yeah.
But you see, this how part was never taught in class.
Yeah.
This is a master class. That how part of it, I don't remember was discussed. Just, we need infrastructure, we need project managers. But that how do we finance it? So now, from your experience, what are the biggest pain points for infrastructure developers? What do they face in mobilizing financing, especially at the early stage?
Great, thank you. Very, very good question. So typically, within the capital market or fundraising ecosystem, right, 80% of the participants from an investment perspective are people in debt or lenders. You have a few private equity firms that are infrastructure oriented. And most, and even other, let me call them high net worth individuals or high net worth investors, I can bet you that only about 2 to 3% of these people pay attention to the early stage investment mobilization. And even when they want to invest in early stage, the likes of what we call the project preparation facilities, they still want to see you build traction. So unlike in the tech space where you can have an idea and you can do a few software programming languages or create a solution, it's very difficult in the infrastructure phase to convince somebody to give you $500,000 that you want to do a traffic study. He just feels like this is money going in the drain. So we are trying to create events like this and the African Catalyst to be able to let people know that you don't have to be afraid, right? Somebody still has to provide that early stage capital to allow you to be able to what's the word now? To allow you to be able to de-risk the investment and feel more confident. So we feel Africa needs more players at the what you call the seed stage of infrastructure projects. Because everybody now has left the seed stage. Everybody's waiting at the pre-construction or post-construction activity. And the guys who are at the seed stage, they want to do it, but they find themselves setting up project development companies. And like, okay, you know what? They're, folding their sleeves and working as if they are the entrepreneur. They're meant to be investors. But because of the lack of capacity and because they've committed capital at that early stage, they don't want to see that capital go to waste. So you find people transitioning from being a private equity investor focused on infrastructure, start doing infrastructure development. I've seen AFC do a number of things like that. We've also seen other infrastructure fund managers do that. But we feel that at some point, it may not be sustainable. You need to allow these entrepreneurs to know and have the right capacity to do the projects by themselves.
Thank you very much for that. Now I'm thinking, let's take it up a notch. How do you think the African Catalyst support helps to de-risk, early stage projects, especially in the eyes of lenders and investors?
Great question. So for that part, right, we have 3 main pillars in the African Catalyst. We have a capacity building division, we have an investment readiness division, and we have an ecosystem building division, whereby we feel, starting from the ecosystem building, we feel that when you go to conferences and environments or seminars and events, as an early stage infrastructure developer or investor, you feel lost because sometimes you're in an energy conference and they're talking oil and gas. Sometimes you're in a transportation conference, they're talking transport and airlines, but nobody is coming down to the early stage. So even when you go to shop around your opportunity, they're not really taking you seriously. So our objective is to also build an ecosystem made up of enablers, early stage investors and project promoters, which forms the InfraCONNECT. Now, back to the capacity building. We have a program called the DFIP, which we are graduating a number of our 6 cohorts today. And in the DFIP, we go through a 6-week course where you will learn how to define a project right from definition, because sometimes you could say, oh, I'm doing a 500 megawatt power plant. What exactly are you doing? Are you doing a gas-based power plant? Who is your off-taker and things? Those basic attributes of you being able to describe what you're doing is lacking. And we deal with that in the DFIP. The second thing we deal with is issues relating to you having a bankability plan. Now, a number of people tend to go into what you call setting up a feasibility study, which is good, right? You can have a feasibility study, you can have a business plan, but sometimes you are not able to take ownership of those things because it's written from a consultant mindset. So we advise entrepreneurs or infrapreneurs, as we call them, to develop their own bankability plan, to say, how do I plan to execute this project? If I have that plan, then I'm able to know where the pain points are. So having that bankability plan is the first step. Then you now go into having your project finance roadmap, where you can have a roadmap of how your project will actually raise funding. This is not by any consultant. This is by you yourself, the infrapreneur yourself. So at the end, then we now train you and get you ready to develop an early stage investor information pitch deck, which allows you to now see what you need and the various forms of risks you think the project will have. And today, we will listen to a few of those projects and really learn how these guys, within a 6-week period, have been able to put this together.
Oh, fine. So let me take you in on that bankability plan. So I know the African Catalyst is responsible, has been doing capacity development programs like the DFIP. What gaps in technical and financial capacity are these programs meant to fill?
Great question. So as an entrepreneur, right, as a project developer, most times there's this lack of entrepreneurial desire, right, for you to take a project. You probably feel that, oh, you have subordinates. But most times, as a lender or as an equity investor investing in your project, are pretty much interested in investing in your project. So most times, if you don't have that knowledge, I tend to feel a bit of risk, like a sponsor risk, because, oh, I'm investing in this guy, he pretty much doesn't really know what. Maybe he's relying on his employees. So sometimes those employees may leave and they move into another job and things like that. But however, what we try to do, the gaps we like to fill is one, commercial awareness. You must be commercially aware about whatever infrastructure project you're trying to do. You must know what it is, what it tends to do, and what it intends to solve. So based on that, we believe that bringing you to a DFIP, taking you through a 6-week program, you may not necessarily become a financial modeler or you become a financial advisor, but you, the project developer, you, the project sponsor, you will have enough knowledge to be able to sit within meetings, to sit within forums, to discuss your project and discuss what it takes for that project to happen.
You see, the DFIB program is a very intensive program, and I listened in during the interviews, so I know during the program, participants are often asked about their training needs and all that. So from the responses and the assessment, what have you learned from those responses, and how has it shaped the African Catalyst's approach to capacity development?
Okay, great. Yeah, so at first when we started, we were not involved too much in too many forms of capstone projects. But as we moved on, we got feedback. We felt people don't want the theoretical knowledge.
On hands-on.
They want hands-on knowledge. So we started introducing more case studies. We have case studies in major large-scale projects that have happened in Africa, and we use those case studies to actually help them to further enshrine the learning so that they can actually take it in a more applicable form. The other thing we've also noticed was the fact that a number of people tend to feel like they need to be able to interpret project finance documents. So one of the knowledge we basically did there was that, okay, looking at an agreement, for example, or a term sheet, right? What does that term sheet say? How does that term sheet help you to further further understand the project properly? So commercial awareness and being able to interpret key project documents. You have a document, it might be a finance document, it might be a project contract. You really cannot, living DFIP can know what exactly that document is meant to do and what role that document plays in the project financing altogether.
Now you mentioned partnerships, you mentioned case studies, so I'm sure some of those case studies come from some of your partners. Okay, now I'm thinking, how has the African Catalyst leveraged partnerships to amplify impact?
Okay, great. Yeah, so we basically have quite a number of organizations that have taken time to partner with us in our trainings. They've continuously sent us repeated set of people come for those trainings. And if you check in the, what's it called? In the QR code you have, right, there's a link that takes you to a landing page, and on that landing page you can see our impact reports for the African Catalyst. You can see the impact reports for DFIP 6, and you can also see the African Catalyst magazine. So when you check it, you basically be able to see that various forms of impact has been made, both in helping even people who never in their lives felt that they can develop an infrastructure project. Now, after going to DFIP, they feel more confident, they feel more comfortable in getting the project to be done.
You just talked about the impact, and I just took that quick. Looking at the journey so far, what would you say has been the most meaningful impact from looking at from all indicators, really? What has been the most meaningful impact of the African Catalyst?
All right, thank you. Meaningful for us will be people can now see, especially everybody that has attended the class, right? We've trained over 150 attendees, and everybody that leaves the class can be able to look at a project and say, I know what to do to make this project bankable. I may not have the money to fund the bankability route, because sometimes you need to do some agreements, you need to do some modeling, you need to do some research to really get that project to the stage where it's bankable. But at least everybody who has come through the DFIP program have a clear line of sight. You have a clear understanding that, oh, I'm not going to touch this project and waste my next 7 years thinking that being on this project for 7 years and I didn't know that, oh, it's going to take this long. I mean, the famous Azura Power project, took over 6 to 8, 7, or even 8 years, right, to be commissioned, right? So one of the major impacts we try to put together is that you have a clear knowledge of what you think it will take for that project to be created, for that project to be bankable, and know that it will require both your time and money. And that alone is self-fulfilling for us. It's so much of fulfillment. Thank you.
All right. Can we at this point put our hands together for him for that? So now let's look at the future. And I'm thinking, say in the next 5 years, how do you see the African Catalyst evolving, especially as it relates to helping more projects become more bankable, investment ready?
Great. Yeah. So I can say in the next 5, even in the next 3 years, we want this program and we want the African Catalyst to be that platform that nobody wants to hear you in the big private equity IP, which gives you the foundation. You can come here to understand what it takes for an infrastructure project to happen. If you come here for 6 weeks, you will have saved yourself 6 years of stress, of just hoping that the project is going to be funded. You're pumping money, not knowing that the project has a major fundamental bankability flaw. And what we teach here in terms of making projects bankable is the fact that we teach them on 3 main pillars. One is how to make your project's cash flow predictable. And it's not any rocket science, right? We train you on, and we show you case studies that the more you have your cash flow predictable, the easier for the lenders to invest in you. The second thing we also do is to also look at your fixed construction delivery and operations. How is your project constructed? How is it operated? And finally, governance and sustainability, to make sure your project is governed and has the right level of climate, ESG standards, being embedded in it in itself. So those are the things we plan to help to do. We're in a position where nobody wants to go. We're in a niche where everybody feels that, okay, maybe, when the project is more matured, or when the project has gotten through this early stage, then I can invest, right? We feel that we are just delaying things. We need to start working on projects that are incubated, projects that are greenfield, right forms, and then putting those projects together in the right way.
All right, so final question. I'm thinking now, if there was one message you want the broader development, finance, and infrastructure community to take away from today, what would it be?
Okay, so basically, what I would like to put it here is the fact that everybody in the lending space, in the equity space, in the investment space, in infrastructure, need to actually lend a helping hand, right, to first-time African-grown developers. Everybody wants to be at the big, let me use the word, big commissioning, right? But when you go commission a 650,000 refinery project like Dangote, you really don't know what happened, what it took Dangote right from the early stage up to that commissioning. So we feel that it's important for every financier, everyone involved in large-scale development and financing, to really look back and pay attention to the early stage project development, to pay attention, to have a department, have some bit of skin in the game. Not every project will come to your table prepared. There needs to be somebody, there needs to be a process whereby these projects get prepared and these projects get, de-risked and ready for investment. Now, not to make you misunderstand something, the African Catalyst will definitely not take you to financial close. The African Catalyst Capacity Building Program not necessarily takes you to financial close. They take you to the fundamental for you to structure the project in such a way that you can now run the project by yourselves going forward without necessarily depending on a consultant or depending on an advisor. Yes, you hire lawyers. Yes, you hire financial modelers. Yes, you do all these things. But at some point in time, the ball will stop at your court. You need to make decisions. So KPMG or PwC, all these lawyers come to you, oh, this is the option to take. They will never tell you this is what to do. They will wait on you to make the decision. So it also is important that it helps your decision-making skills to say, okay, if it is going to be this way, then based on what I know about making projects bankable, I think we need to take this particular pathway. Thank you.
Please can we put our hands together for Femi? Thank you very much. All right, one more time, please put your hands together for our chief host, Femi Awofala. All right, thank you. Can I get my lectern back, please? All righty. I'm supposed to welcome JC. We're going to do the INFRAPITCH session introductions, and JC is joining me to do that. Please, can you put your hands together for JC? As she joins me, where's the second microphone? Hi, JC, how do you do?
I'm doing great, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, we're going to move to a very exciting part of today's event, the DFIP InfraPitch session. And this session was born from our recently concluded DFIP program for cohort 6. For those of you that do not know, the DFIP program stands for Developing and Financing Infrastructure Projects, and we recently concluded cohort 6. In that cohort, we ran through the entire life cycle of a project from the inception phase all through to the early development stage, the pre-financing stage, financing, post-financial close, and then the operational stage. But a core feature of the DFIP program was the Brickstone Bankability Planning Framework, and this is based upon 3 important pillars: the predictable cash flow, the fixed construction, delivery, and operations, and then governance and sustainability. Mr. Femi just described the 3 pillars to us in the fireside chat. These pillars were deeply embedded in the training process, and you see them reflected in today's pitches. At the start of the DFIP program, when the participants came in, we divided them into 4 distinct groups, and we gave them project sectors to work on. For Group A, they were given the power and renewable sector. Group B focused on transport infrastructure, and then Group C developed a project within the agriculture sector, and then Group D tackled a project in real estate and urban renewal. And we told them to come up with project ideas within these sectors, which they did. They scoped it out, and then what happened was, during the DFIP, they carried the insights that they learned from the DFIP program, and they refined their projects, they structured it, conceptualized it, and now we have the pitches here today. So please note that the infra pitches are not based off on real life projects, rather they are based off on illustrative ones. With that said, I'm going to pass the mic back to the MC to introduce the representatives of these groups, and they are going to come out and make their presentations. I really hope that we all enjoy this session. Thank you very much.
All right, one more time, please put your hands together for JC. All right, I'm sure our groups are a bit tense. Relax, relax, relax. There's small chops. Everybody's a winner. All right, just give me a second. I'm trying to fish out the groups. So these guys have done an excellent job in putting to life what they've learned. JC, are you ready? Thank you. While we're waiting on my device to reboot, I want to do something real quick with you. Can you do a little activity with me? I'd like you to pick a number in your mind between 1 and 10, but don't pick 10. Pick a number in your mind from number 1 to number 10. Have you done that? You've done that? Great. So if you pick number 1, number 7, and number 9, number 8, let me see your hand up. Number 1, number 7, number 8, and 9. Let me see your hand up. Keep your hand up. Keep it lifted high. All right. Great, great, great. So now let's do it again. Still remain. You keep your hands up. I want you to pick a number in your mind from numbers 1 to number 7, but don't pick number 7. Pick a number in your mind again from number 1 to number 7, but don't pick number 7. So if you picked number 1, 3, and 5, keep your hand up. Still leave it up. Great. I want you to pick another number now between 1 and 5, but don't pick 5. Pick a number again. Just keep your hand up. You are still my favorite people. Between 1 and 5, but don't pick 5. So if you picked number 3 and number 1, leave your hand up. Number 3 and number 1. So you picked number 3 and number 1. These are the most predictable set of human beings in this room. The most predictable. I can guarantee you someone from here will go downstairs and say, I don't drink alcohol, but give me shawarma. I can guarantee you. All right, my device is coming up now. Technology does this on the most interesting days. Okay. Where's JC? Can just help me with share? InfraCONNECT. I'm supposed to introduce the groups. Just give me a second. My sincere apologies. Thank you for bearing with me. Great, 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 great. Group A. Group A's project is about a 500 megawatt gas-fired power project. And the company, the pseudo company they've created is called Powerhouse Electric Limited. This project proposes the development of a 500 megawatt gas-fired power plant to reduce Nigeria's energy deficit and improve grid reliability. Located near a major gas supply hub and industrial off-takers, the project leverages a phased development strategy with a focus on long-term power purchase agreements, PPAs, a fixed price EPC contract, and sustainability-focused governance mechanism, Please put your hands together as we welcome Group 1. Group A, my apologies, Group A. So we have Group A, B, C, D, and the like. So please put your hands together one more time for Group A. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Deborah David, and with me here is a fellow entrepreneur, Kodri Badro. Today, we are presenting to you the Powerhouse Independent Power Project, Anambra State, Nigeria. We know we are members of the Group A of the DFIP program. And while we are going through our slides today, we'll just like it was emphasized before, we'd like to emphasize again that this is not a real project. It's just our capacity. It's just for us to display our capacity in building a bankable project as an entrepreneur, just as we've been taught. Okay, so our project is based in Onitsha, Inuit Axis in Anambra State, and we know that I'll move here. Okay. All right. Okay, once again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Deborah David, and with me here is a fellow entrepreneur. His name is Kodri Badru. We are members of the Group A of the DFIP program, Cohort 6, and we're here to present to you today a Powerhouse Independent Power Project, which is located in Anambra State, Nigeria. Just like we earlier emphasized, this is not a real project. It's just our abilities. It's just for us to display our ability in developing a bankable project, just as we've been taught. So the Powerhouse project is, like we said, is in Onitsha, Inuit Axis in Anambra State. And we know that Onitsha, Inuit, this axis is a major industrial axis in Nigeria, and it's contributing a lot to the economic growth of Nigeria. But despite all of this, they have a major problem, which is electricity shortage and unreliable power supply. So our solution is to develop a combined cycle gas-fired power plant, and the installed capacity is 55 megawatts. And the main component of this is the gas turbine, the steam turbine, the heat recovery steam generators, the substation, the gas supply infrastructure. And the target beneficiary of this is the industrial and commercial enterprise, the households in this axis. The total cost of this is $66 to $100 million. Based on, we did this based on similar projects that we looked at. So the project content, we checked. Okay, so the basic policies we checked to ensure that our project is bankable is the Nigeria National Development Plan for 2021-2025, also the federal government power sector reforms, also the SDGs 7, 8, 9, and 11. Also, we are in line with Electricity Act of 2023, the PIA of 2021, the Bureau of Public Procurement Act of 2025, and the KAMA 2020. I'll be, okay, my fellow infrapreneur would take on from here.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that, Deborah. So Powerhouse will be developed by, will be sponsored by Powerhouse States and Globelec. And we are considering lenders, international lenders, DFI and AFDB, that's African Development Bank, and the local bank, which is Islamic IBCC. The core project counterparty for this project is Anambra State government. And for operation and construction, we are looking forward to employing the services of Gentech EPC and O&M Solutions. The gas supplier will be the ANO JV, which is a JV between Seplat and the NGC. I'll be relying on the substations of the Transmission Company of Nigeria and the Enugu Electricity Distribution Company for operation. We are considering selling power to hardcore industrial customers in this region, which is the Onitsha Navy axis, as we've listed here. Also, we also considered inherent risk of investing in this project's powerhouse. And we, foremost, as you can see here, we've categorized as high impact risk, the regulatory risk, given that the power sector is highly regulated, and absence of permits could delay construction, and this will impact, this will lead to a delay in revenue generation, and maybe cost overruns, considering that construction was not completed in time. We expect this to be mitigated by corporate guarantee and inclusion of regulation stabilization clause. Also, we considered feedstock for the plant, which is gas. We considered gas supply shortage, which where there is no gas, there is no operation, and where there is no operation, that leads to revenue losses. So we look forward to mitigating this by having a buffer inventory stock of about three times which the plant will consume per month. Also, for gas pricing, we considering that gas is actually priced in USD, an increase in gas prices could impact profitability negatively. We look forward to indexing gas prices in the PPA we sign with with the off-takers. Also, operation risks and construction risks will be allocated to O&M Solutions and Gentech EPC, who are the operators and the constructors of the plant. Market demand and revenues have been classified as low impact, and this is because of the high demand for power in the Onitsha Navy axis and shortage of supply in that region. So we see that we have a hedge when it comes to market demand for the power which we'll be selling. And to ensure that Powerhouse is bankable, we adopted the three core pillars of Bridgestone Bankability Framework, which is achieving a predictable cash flow, ensuring that construction and operations is delivered on time, completed on time, and we took great consideration governance and sustainability. The time frame for operations will be between April 2030 and March 2050. Between this period, we'll be selling power to the anchor industrial customers in the Onitsha Navy axis as identified here. We ensure that these customers meet the eligibility criteria of the NEC, and they have the capacity of buying all the power that is produced by Powerhouse within this region. Also, for pricing, we intend having about 240 naira kilowatts per hour, which is a premium above the tariff rate for Band A customers in Nigeria. We also consider that this tariff is reflective of cost and also ability to return on investment to the investors. Also, for construction and delivery, we expect this to be completed between April 2026 and March 2030. We also ensure that Gentech EPC, which is a contractor, commits to a performance guarantee and inclusion of warranties in the agreements we sign with them. Also, we'll be adopting the payments milestone approach to ensure completion progress is done as expected and meeting the criteria that we expect. And between April 2030 and March 2050, we also look, which is the operation period, we also work to ensuring that we avoid cost overruns when it comes to operation. This includes hedging against foreign exchange risks, given that gas is priced in dollars, and ensuring that we have gas price adjustment clauses in the agreements we sign with ANO JV, having a long-term O&M contracts with O&M Solutions, and then we ensure that we have a performance criteria for O&M Solutions. This is the timeline for governance, for sustainability and governance. From May 2025, we'll finalize the governance framework for the SPV, which is Powers Electric, and by December 2030, we look forward to have implemented a resettlement plan. Then this is not displaying properly, but here we have a summary of the timeline throughout the development phase of Powerhouse. And here we have the cost composition, our project cost, which is estimated at $82.5 million. This is after we adopted the rule of thumb of developing an IPP, which is at about $1.5 million per megawatt. So we have about $2.5 million. About 40% of this, about 40% of this cost to be expended on core turbine equipment. As we have shown in the previous slide, we'll be using the GELM 6000, and that's due to its capacity, next capacity, which is about 51 to 57 megawatts, and a heat degradation of about 2% to 5%. This we considered when it comes to operation, considering how much we'll be expending on fuel, on gas. So we considered the heat degradation as well. And here we have a high level overview of the revenue potential of Powerhouse. Like we estimate about 6.17 billion naira. That's about 62 billion naira per year. And after we considered possible operation cost, we'll be left with about an operating profit of 37.9 billion naira, which will be able to meet debt service. And you look at, as you can see, you have a debt service cover ratio of about 2.3 times. Also, we tend having a leverage ratio of about 70 to 30%, where cost of debt will be about 18%. Arriving at this, we considered the IFC rate as well as Stabic IBTC rate of inflation for rate of interest rates actually. And here we have next steps, which includes a final investment decision by the investors as well as the sponsors of the project, mobilizing seed funding of about $1.25 million, hosting community engagements to ensure that support enough support is got from the communities, and having finalizing a term sheet with the lenders. Here we can see the breakdown of how we look forward to spending the $1.25 million, which we raise from seed funding. And here it's here we have what are the side attractions for investing in Powerhouse. So first, we have a catalytic capital rule of raising about $1.25 million, a high demand and low supply. A high demand and low supply, we guarantee that we have the market for this what we'll be selling, and then be able to reach attractive return and be able to pay back to lenders. Here is the members of Group A of the 6 cohorts of the DFIP program. And thank you for listening. I look forward.
Thank you so much. One more time, please put your hands together for Group A. Questions, yes. So I was going to facilitate questions from the jury. So do we take 1 or 2 questions? 2. 1 from here and 1 from here. Is that okay? Okay, you have more? Okay, if you have more questions, it's fine. Yes. Yeah. At least 1 from each side.
Okay, just for me, I think the mic is there. Thank you so much for the important questions or the presentation on the Powerhouse. I would just like to know how you have looked at your off-taker, and what kind of due diligence have you done on your off-taker? Do you think the off-taker has the ability to make your electricity payment as at when due? Thank you.
Okay, so I believe the question came in 2 folds, and first is the capacity of our off-takers to actually off-take all that we produce. So great question. So as we have identified in our slides, we have about core core five off-takers, which are anchor industrial customers in the Onitsha Nnewi axis. We have Innoson Vehicle Manufacturing, which manufactures cars. So there's a lot of power that is required to build a car. We considered a sedan car, which should take about, I guess, about between 60 to 80 kilowatt hours to produce. And then we considered we saw an annual production of Innoson Vehicle Manufacturing from a past publication, which about in a day they produce about 106 cars. And then when we completed our computation, we saw that Innoson has the capacity of about 10 megawatts. So basically, our research on the off-takers was based on desktop research and based on previous publication, and that's how we came about those values. And regarding the due diligence that we carried out to see the capacity of our off-takers to be able to pay for the power that we sell to them. So I'll talk about Innoson again. They sell cars to neighboring African countries, although they sell in the local markets, Nigeria, but they sell to other neighboring countries. That's one. And we also have Cortex PLC as well, which produces wire of various sizes. And then they produce in large quantity, and they actually sell to other countries as well. So majority of our off-takers, they have markets. That production, that market size is not domiciled to the local market. They also sell to other countries as well. So we see a form of maybe $1 earning capacity, and that means they'll be able to pay for the power we sell to them.
May I just, because I was also sort of focused on your off-takers. Yes, the need is clear that these are off-takers that have a need. But the due diligence is the ability of your off-takers to pay. So the need is critical, but their ability to pay, your due diligence has to be related to their financial performance. And that's part of what you need to share here. So that's the first. The other part that I'm not going to pretend that I know Anambra and why Anambra, or why you probably selected Anambra, because there are other parts of Nigeria that you would have like an industrial zone. But the gas, where's the gas coming from? How is the gas getting to you? And how is the power being evacuated? And if you could just take us through that, because that is critical, and and I wasn't sure when I looked at your financial plan which part actually related to gas getting to you and evacuation of power. Thank you.
Okay, so I actually got about 2 questions from what you asked. And when we were introduced, if you could recall, we were told that we were developing about 500 megawatts nameplate capacity for the powerhouse. And then you see, where we're presenting, we have about 55 megawatts. And we saw the need for power, we saw the deficit power in that area, given that the manufacturing hub, in fact, in the whole southeast, Abia State is another state with big manufacturing hub. However, we saw that not everybody that needs power has the capacity to pay power, and then we focused powerhouse operations to anchor industrial customers who we believe have the capacity to pay for what we are paying and for what we will be producing to them, and then we brought that down to 55 megawatts. Very important is the feedstock for the plant, which is gas. Very well in Onitsha, let me say in Anambra State, there are no gas plants in Anambra. So what we are considering is getting power from Ano JV. Ano JV is located in Calabar. Now the question that comes to your mind is, okay, how long an gas pipeline do you want to build from Calabar down to Onitsha to transport pipeline? So we are not using a physical, we will not involve the use of a physical pipeline. We intend using a virtual gas pipeline, and that involves the transportation of an LNG or maybe CNG, that's bottled gas, through trucks from Calabar to Anambra. So one of the things we took into consideration is avoiding so much cost during developing the project. So we believe that over time we can scale with a virtual gas pipeline. So it's going to be based on demand, really. So it's not like we are just building a pipeline that we don't need for that particular period. So it's actually based on what we are producing, not what we'll be buying. And like I said, we'll be having about 3 times the 3 times inventory buffer, right? So from our computations, we expected that Powerhouse will be consuming about 221 million BTU per month, right? So for our operations, we intend having about 3 times this capacity. That's about 660. Yeah, that's about 660,000, which is going to cover that month's operation as well as so much. So as to avoid that situation whereby there will be no gas supply or gas production, and then we'll have no gas for production, which will lead to revenue loss.
Thank you for a beautiful presentation. I have just a couple of comments. One, again, following Ms. Akintome's comment, I'm still a bit confused. One, you set out to develop a 500 megawatt power plant, and then you scaled it down, according to you, to 55. Without giving any justification for why that was scaled down. 2, part of your due diligence, you didn't give us any insights as to whether there's a demand or whether there's a demand or supply gap presently with your off-takers. What need are you seeking to meet? Is there a shortage in the supply from what they currently enjoy, or you end up putting up the plant and there's no demand because they are already satisfied with what they're using? We didn't see that in your presentation at all. Right. And then why the choice of 55 megawatts, considering the area where you are seeking to site this project? Why the choice of 55? What is the plan for the future in the medium to long term? Are you going to come back to come and seek funding, or I mean, there's a lot of gaps that begs for answers. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that, sir. So answering that, it must have missed. But one that I can really recollect is why we scaled down from 500 to 55. So the initial plan was to have about 500 megawatts and scale to 1 gigawatt. And that was basically based on the demand for power in that region, based in the southeast, based in that region. So we considered one of our off-takers we were considering was EEDC itself, which is the distribution company that supplies electricity to the entirety of the southeast, right? That's about 6 states. But we also considered, like I said, we considered the ability to pay. So one of the things we did was that we considered that, okay, who should really be our off-taker? So we changed our off-takers. So we reduced them. So based on their capacity to pay. So initially we had EEDC, like I said. We had Xenos Technologies. We had, the Onitsha Market Association as well. So and then those were really considering, but the ability to pay was questionable. Looking at EEDC, about a publication that was done, I guess, early this month or last month, EEDC was able to offtake about only 211 megawatts, and they have a lot of situations when it comes to their supply infrastructure, right, leading to so much ECC and C losses. So we believe that this questions the ability, even though EEDC has that market, but it questions the ability to pay since they will not be supplying. And given the militarization of customers these days, the customers will only pay for what they've consumed. So even though we've produced the power and we sold to EDC. EDC was unable to deliver to their customers, and then they will not be able to pay. So instead of selling to the entirety of EDC, or instead of selling to EDC, we will later sell to the Anchor industrial customer, SMEs, and all of that. So we limited it to Anchor industrial customers that we know has the capacity to pay for whatever we sell to them. And I don't know if you could just help us to, if you will remind us of the second question.
Maybe.
It's just
Maybe
the
that's
same.
fine.
Yeah. Well, last question.
Let's just, we can. I don't think we can take all the questions. To be honest with you, I mean,
Right.
I was going to say to you that, from my perspective, and again, I would approach this very practically. I'm trying to look at this the way I would look at a deal as an experienced investor and participant in developing projects in Nigeria. I can tell you that, I have like a deluge of questions and issues, just too many. So what I'm just trying to do is to ask two questions that could be a food for thought for you, and also something that you can reflect on further. So they are just, and then I'll get a little bit technical in the two questions. So first of all, you are trying to raise your capex. The capex number I saw was $85 million, right? $5 million. Your revenue is all local currency. So what's your thinking? What are you thinking about in terms of currency? How are you going to match your revenue to your financing, to the financing of the project? If you are raising your financing in dollars and your revenue is going to be in naira, have you thought about that? How am I going to be? If I, as an investor, I'm going to invest in your project, how am I going to be sure I'm going to get my money back? I'm not convinced that. So if you can answer that question convincingly, we should just dead on arrival. I'm just looking for the next opportunity. The second question I will leave with you. I'm trying to think which one I should ask now. You mentioned a corporate guarantee at some point. I think it was in relation to a regulatory risk. I'm not sure. I'm not sure I had you. Of course, I've also discounted the fact, to be honest, that you had just 10 minutes, and there's a limited amount of information you can share in that 10 minutes. Interestingly, I'll give another perspective, and there's no right or wrong answer, to be honest, when you are discussing matters like this. Your downscaling from 500 megawatts to 55 megawatts was a big tick for me, by the way. It was a big tick because, again, as an experienced investor, I've already, even though I haven't had the opportunity to ask you questions, you didn't have enough time to present. I've already done the math in my head, and I've discounted why you did that. And you have basically jumped to a very high score where credibility is concerned because you downscaled from 500. I thought it was, then 500 megawatts, I thought that's a big joke. I thought you were just going to fail spectacularly. But when you downscale from 55 megawatts, and I saw the list of off-takers you have, it immediately made me more interested in you. You have a 9 upon 10 for clarity of project concept and objective because of that. So that's just another perspective. Of course, you have to still answer the question as to why you start from 555. It doesn't make sense. But because of my experience, I immediately became more attracted to you because of that downscale. Just to let you know. But you talked about corporate guarantee. Can you expand more? What corporate guarantee? That scares me a lot. I'm about to jump out of the room now when you mention corporate guarantee because I'm not invested if you're talking corporate guarantee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the feedback and the questions as well. So you asked a question on corporate guarantee, and we have identified corporate guarantee we provided by the sponsors of the project. That's in this case Q and Powerhouse. I didn't. Deborah.
Corporate guarantee for what?
Okay. So the corporate guarantee, we actually have a caveat here, which is stating that it's going to be if this is needed before the financial close. So corporate guarantee is just to ensure. Corporate guarantee is just to.
Don't worry. Let's take. You can't answer all the questions. But I can tell you that if I hear a corporate guarantee, the opportunity is dead on arrival. It's dead. Forget it. It's dead on arrival if you hear a corporate guarantee. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
Please, can we put our hands together one more time for Group A? By the way, while you were presenting, the governor of Anambra joined the Zoom this thing, and he wanted to help you with the corporate guarantee. So you can meet after service. I would connect you with him. But that was a very good one. Please can we put our hands together for him. All right. There's so much debate. Even those who are yet to present are already shaking. Oh, you had a question. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. So I'm trying to manage time, okay? We'll get to that. So for Group B, the product is a 700-kilometer Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway African Trans Connect Consortium, ATCC, a mega transport corridor aimed at enhancing regional integration. Just give me a second. Logistics and tourism. This 700-kilometer coastal highway connects 7 key states with a projected capex of $4.55 billion. It is structured as a PPP with tolling, service areas, and digital infrastructure. The project emphasizes viability gap support, robust stakeholder engagement, and ESG compliance. Please let's put our hands together for Group B.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Abidemi Agua, and I'm representing Group B. We are presenting this early stage project information pitch deck. Driven by African Trans Connect Consortium for the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway Development Project. As has been said previously, this is this presentation basically demonstrates a concept and idea of various groups, and it's essentially for learning on how to put together a bankable project as an entrepreneur. This is a cross-section of the team from Group B. The team cuts across professionals from the financial sector, legal practitioners, as well as infrastructure development professionals, both in the private sector and in the public sector. Our content comprises of our project description and context. We will run that through to our project funding requirements. Project description and context. It's said that Africa currently has an access of 34% with regards to road infrastructure, comparable to 50% globally for developing countries. African Development Bank also estimates that Africa will require to bridge a gap of $180 million annually with regards to infrastructure funding for us to be able to accelerate the GDP of the continent by 2% annually. This African Index African Infrastructure Development Index scores here basically runs us through the scores for Africa, comparable to what Nigeria is. Nigeria stands currently at 25.7 points, which doesn't even sit within the first 15 countries in Africa, highlighting the key infrastructural gap that we have in Africa currently. Furthermore, with regards to the context of this project, we are proposing a 700-kilometer coastal highway, which will run from Lagos State in the southwest of Nigeria to Cross River State in the south-south of Nigeria, cutting across Lagos, Ogun, Ondo, Delta, Bayelsa rivers, finally at Cross River State. This is a project that doesn't just serve Nigeria, but we believe it's a bigger, it would have a bigger impact continentally, and we are also leveraging the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, which currently seeks to drive connectivity between the western part of Africa, the central part, and the eastern part of Africa, and we see that this will be a key dynamic input into this achieving this feat. Our project significance actually highlights 4 key points. enhancing transportation, regional integration, climate resilience, and economic growth. Currently, we are expecting that the development of this project will reduce transportation time by 40% of what is the current experience that we have, which will run about 10 to 12 hours. It will reduce that to about 6 hours. Okay, so who are we at ATCC? ATCC is a multinational global institution that seeks to catalyze African renaissance for delivering world-class infrastructure. We have experiences cutting across the energy sector, the real estate sector, as well as transportation sector, which is the area we are focusing on today. We've identified a couple of key project stakeholders in the delivery of this project. We are looking at parties that will, so the federal government will be the key client, driven by the Federal Ministry of Works and Housing, with other associated agencies in the finance sector related to the Ministry of Finance, as well as the 8 states that are represented that the highway will be cutting across through. We also have our key project and private sector stakeholders, as well as development partners, the multilateral banks as well. Our transaction grid here highlights the interplay and the interrelationship in terms of agreement, as well as the roles, the different components and compositions of the stakeholders we play. We see ATCC sitting there at the center as the sponsor. The federal government will be required to sign a concession agreement with them, and we have a categorized group of equity partners, which will comprise a syndicate group of the 8 states that would be in this project, as well as ATCC. We have loans and security agreements with local bank syndicates, which comprises of the tier 1 banks in the country represented, as well as International Finance Corporation and African Development. But we have also, because of the magnitude of the project, we have sought to procure a global team of a joint venture between 2 multinational contracting companies with vast experience with the same magnitude of delivery. That is Julius Berger, which, of course, they do have quite a lot of experience in Nigeria, as well as China Rail Construction, and we are proposing a JV agreement between the both of them. We would highlight a little bit more why this is the case later on. We've also, on experience, also procured the Lagos Calabar Concession Company, which will manage the operations and maintenance of the project. Just to look at key agreements, highlighting here that we're looking at a concession of 30 years, but to also highlight that because this is a project we're looking to gain concession with the federal government, there might be an obligation by the federal government to pull out, and so we have also enabled an option for a call/put option in this. We've also carried out the risk mapping for the delivery of this project, and we've looked at our risk analysis and mitigation, and we've highlighted just a few here. We're going to be running just through 2 of them for sake of time. The regulatory and the political risk, which is on top, which is a key factor. In the context of the environment we work in, there's quite a lot of dynamism in terms of the changes that can happen between governments, and we've identified that changes in government can result in project delays or even project cancellations. We've anticipated that this will be mitigated by early engagement, with also strong PPP legal structures, with multi-level stakeholders buy-in. How do we seek to achieve this buy-in? One of the key ways we look to achieve this buy-in is to develop phases of the project within the political terms of government in time. This enables them to have a buy-in while also giving them a legacy to be able to transit that into the next term of government. We're also looking at social risk. We understand that this project will create quite a lot of disruption. It will require quite a lot of resettlement. This is not managed properly, will cause a lot of delays, and we have anticipated that ways to solve this is having a globally acclaimed or globally acknowledged resettlement action plan, which is in line with what is required by the International Financial Corporation. Of course, that will be done under the Nigerian law, and we'll also look at the real-time grievance redress mechanism as well. Now, looking at our project bankability plan, our project bankability plan will be driven by using the Brixton bankability framework, which has been tested and proven. We're going to be going through what we see as the predictable cash flow, fixed construction, cost and operation, as well as the governance and sustainability requirements of our project. Now, from from what we've spoken of previously, we anticipate that our project will, of course, our project is designed to run from Lagos all the way through to Cross River State. Our evaluation, we've identified 4 key areas potentially where we're seeking to toll this infrastructure. 1 between Lagos and Ogun State, 1 between Delta and Ondo State, 1 between Rivers and Bayelsa, and the final one between Akwa Ibom and Rivers State. Now, there's a part here that has been cut off. You can see it on the slide there. We anticipate that Zone 1, which is Lagos, Ogun State, will have the highest average daily traffic, currently estimated to be at about 720,000 traffic per day. The next slide here, well, just to go back, so where have we gotten this information from? We've used what you call a kind of like comparable infrastructure referencing from the Highway Development Management Initiative that has just been initiated by the federal government. So we've leveraged that information to extrapolate some of those figures, and I'll go back into that a little bit. So we looked at also to have a predictable cash flow, we're going to be diversifying our revenue resource. We anticipate that ancillary commercial activities will generate even more revenue, that is advertising and signages, service rest areas, which we will concession out to invest to other players. We're also looking at parking lots and right-of-way for services all the way from Lagos through to Cross River State. I did mention earlier on that we've used a kind of like comparable infrastructure benchmarking of the HDMI initiative by the federal government as a reference to extrapolate what the costings will be for our anticipated volume of traffic. Seeing that we do not have an offtake for this project, our patronage will be solely on our robust traffic survey, and we have estimated that 40%, which is the majority of the traffic, will be the cars and vehicles. The trucks will take about 35%, and 15% will go to buses. Others will take about 10%. Extrapolating that, we are anticipating a revenue just from the tolls of 1.9 billion daily, working out to be 705 billion annually. Just a quick calculation here shows our cash flow prediction, looking at our gross versus our net toll revenue capex, but taking into consideration the operational cost that would have of, we're estimating 25% for that annually. This provides us a realistic view of how the operating cost will affect our financial recovery, but not just that. We've seen that this also shows why blended financing will be important, but also why revenue diversification that we're driving is also very important to increase the revenue. On the basis of this, we anticipate that by the year 12, we should be breaking even. Construction and operations under the bankability framework. We've highlighted quite earlier on that operations and maintenance is very important, and we have procured a highly reputable consortium to deal with that. And also from the onset, we've also identified that the capacity of the EPC component is also important for the magnitude of this project, hence why we've gone with internationally reputable companies and contracting companies like Julius Baer and China Rail. We've asked them, proposed a JV agreement where the projects can either be constructed in in a kind of like in one go or in phases. That will be highlighted in the next slide after this. From the comparative analysis that we've done for a 700-kilometer road, we extrapolated from the HDMI initiative and other relatable projects across Africa and mainly in Nigeria. We've extrapolated that for that 700-kilometer road, we will be anticipating a cost per kilometer of $6.5 million, which works out to be $9.1 billion, benchmarking the exchange rate at $1,400 per naira per dollar. CapEx for this project will be $4.5 billion, which works out to be a total CapEx of 6.37 trillion naira. Now, from the scheduling of our operations, we've proposed two key options. The first option would follow a kind of like waterfall approach where the different project phases will follow one another. It makes it a lot more streamlined, a lot easier, not as complex as the option 2, which has its own pros and cons. And we've anticipated that phase 1, which is Lagos to Ogun State, phase 2, Ogun State to Ondo, phase 3, Ondo to Bayelsa, and phase 4, which is Bayelsa to Cross River State, in phase 2 will be staggered such that phase 1 and phase 3 are constructed concurrently, while phase 2 and 4 are constructed concurrently in option 2. Now, option 2 can significantly accelerate the project delivery and boost economic impact across the multiple regions, but it also increases capital requirement. It also ensures that it draws up a lot more complexity in terms of operational requirements, and also causes a lot more challenge in terms of environmental management. With your support in investing our early stage, we are anticipating that we will be able to carry out further studies to establish which option will be a lot more viable. Looking at the corporate governance and finance structure, the project will be governed by a composition of a board with lenders as members as well as equity partners. 8 states will be represented, as we talked about in the transaction grid, in a syndicate, so they will have one vote. We have independent members that will be appointed by joint nomination by the remaining part of the board. The project delivery team will be represented by the project director. And with regards to sustainability, we're looking at sustainability from the lens of the environmental, economic, as well as social requirements of the project. And from the social point, we anticipate that for us to be able to meet the needs of the different stakeholders, that is work and economic growth requirements, we're anticipating that this project will generate 40,000 jobs in the lifetime of the project, and an additional 20,000 post-construction. We anticipate that this project will also assimilate small, medium enterprises into the value chain of this project in the face of and during the life cycle of the construction as well as post-construction. The implementation of the comprehensive resettlement plan will also be put in place so that people who have been impacted by the construction can be appropriately relocated and also compensated. And livelihood of people living within these areas would also be met. From an economic point of view, this is a smart highway, and so we are employing the use of technology to address key issues that have to do with congestion and other measures. And from an environmental point of view, early stage engagement in terms of design will be employed to ensure that all climate mitigating and adaptive measures are integrated as part of the early stage concept design for the project. We're also anticipating that infrastructures like coastline and road infrastructures or tunnels will also be integrated to bypass ecological zones or zones that bridges and other structures can't address. Our funding requirement capital breakdown cuts across seed equity, core equity, mezzanine finance, and senior debt. Of course, the senior debt will take a bulk of this, and I'm not going to dwell too much here because we don't have too much time. Our project finance roadmap we anticipate that we will be able to get to financial close in 4 years. And this is a big strategy for us because we want to be able to achieve this within the first tenure of the government in place, to be able to give them, to be able to posture the confidence that we have in the project we are delivering. You might ask the question that 4 years without actually putting a shovel in the ground is a lot. For the magnitude of this project, it is based on the experience that we need to put in that time to ensure that due diligence is, the right agreements are in place. And without going into the details of this, we are anticipating that from memorandum of understanding signing to financial close will be delivered within 4 years. And finally, the Calabar Highway project. Why the Lagos-Calabar Highway project? I'm just going to touch very quickly on one of the 6 key points that we will sell to you today, and that is the fact that this is very strategic for regional connectivity. We've talked about it from the beginning that this is not just a project for Nigeria, this is a project for Africa, which will change the dynamics of how transportation logistically and personnel-wise happens within the western, the central, and the eastern part of Africa primarily. And finally, our ask today, for us to be able to achieve and unlock the capacity for this project, we're asking for a preparatory fund of $3 million. And this funds will be deployed right away into further studies of the traffic requirements, the validation of the demand that we've already extrapolated from initial projects, and also projection of how the traffic will integrate into the already proposed Lagos-Abidjan Superhighway by the African Development Bank, as well as the Cameroon to the eastern coast of Africa we'll also be deploying these funds into financial, solidifying our financial modeling, as well as the much required stakeholder engagements that needs to happen across the 8 affected states and across all the different stakeholders that we need to engage with. Thank you very much for listening, and Group B will be happy to take your questions.
One more time, a round of applause for Group B. I'm glad he brought us back to Lagos from Anambra. And I'm sure the president will be happy about this one because part of the project was commissioned a few days ago. So I'm going to hand this back to the jury so we can actually come to the... All of you, he won't be in the line of fire alone. No, he won't be in the line of fire alone. So, sir, you had a question earlier. It was for the other guy. We'll talk after service. We would address it. My apologies. So, oh yeah, family people. Please, a round of applause for them. It was a joint effort. So he won't be the only one answering the questions. Everyone in the group would be answering. Please come forward, come forward. And of course, we have a beautiful lady among them. Come on stage. Come on stage. So the jury, over to you to engage them with your questions. Thank you very much.
So a quick question. The ask is a project preparation facility of $3 million US. How is that going to be repaid? How and when?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. The $3 million is essentially going into the capital structure as part of like the equity funding. So, can you hear me? Okay, the $3 million is going into the capital structure as part of like the equity funding. So we expect after, the cash flow available to like equity holders, certain part of it will be disbursed to the early investors. So I think we proposed, because for early stage investments, you're taking a lot more risks than people who got in the project like way later. We
value that contribution to be about 10%. So you are essentially like a 10% holder in the company, basically. Thank you. Yes, definitely.
Can I piggyback on that? I have, again, as usual, I have not as much questions as the previous group, but I still have a lot of questions. But I typically want to ask about two. Now, but I thought to piggyback on that. Now, you have a 3 million project preparation ask. How does that align with your? I also saw a 91 million seed funding requirement. So, what is the alignment or tie-in between the 3 million and the 91 million?
So this 3 million, as we said, is the project preparation, is the pre-phase before the just to enable us carry out the initial phases for the traffic studies that would give a lot more confidence in terms of the revenue extrapolations that we've made. That then fits in, as I said, into the seed funding as well, which is also part of the kind of like capital structure that we have.
Sorry, can you take that again? Sorry, take that again.
So the 3 million is a preparatory fund. It's, if we look at it, it's kind of like more like you're looking at pre-feasibility instead of feasibility. So it's the pre-phase before we then carry out further studies. But what we seek to establish at this point is the top of which is the traffic, establish that we have a robust traffic study, which is ultimately one of the key risks that we need to mitigate from the onset to actually even have the possibility of speaking to any...
I understand, but what do you want to use 91? You have 91 million you describe as seed funding. What do you need to use 91 million for, and why is it seed? So you have 91 million as seed funding, then you have about 400 and something or 300 and something as equity. So if I wanted to broaden the question, I would say, and I understand what you need the 3 million for, but why do you have the 91 million there? Equity is equity, but 91 million seed funding. Don't worry, just think about it. It's food for thought. The other question I have, let me step back a little bit, ask questions on some of the initial parts. You talked about, and thank you, you have a slide that dimensions the high level risks, risk areas, and you have their regulatory and political risk. I think under that you talked about termination risk, under regulatory and political risk. What exactly is the key, what are the most key mitigants for that risk, for the political and regulatory risk? Is this something you looked at?
Okay, basically for the political for the political risk, we think the first one of the things we would like to have for the project is having the Federal Executive Council sign up on the project. So that basically insulates us from any vagary from change in government or something. So once the FEC appends it, it's binding. So every successive government needs to follow through with it. We had an option in the constitutional agreement. We put a call option. Basically, once the project is in operation and maybe the government thinks we are not operating as we promised, they will be paying a multiple of EBITDA to get us out of the project. Basically, that's the call option in the constitutional agreement. Thank you.
Okay, that's good. I like the sound of that, but that doesn't address my risk. What if they refuse to pay? So you said the Federal Executive Council signs off on the project, and then 4 years later, another Federal Executive Council comes and cancels it. So, and you said you have a put and call option, and then they have to pay, and then they don't pay.
Okay.
So why should I put my money into it? How will I get my money back?
Okay. Also, in our transaction grid, we try to include a form of state funding. We are trying to get the NSIA to be part of our equity funders, and also we will try to get MOFI to also invest in the project. So basically, those two, I think those are two important government parastatals. If they are part of it, basically, it would kind of help to mitigate that.
But it's government money. So they are canceling their own project, so it's not an issue.
So I think we have to just leave that.
Okay,
to, the
that's
preview
fine.
of Nigeria
So
society.
just one final comment for you. Your corporate governance structure you have to describe is confused. You have corporate governance structure. So maybe you are talking about broader governance. So you are going to have a management system for ESG, environmental, social, and governance, and those parties you described on that slide as just stakeholders in that whole ESG management system. You are not going to have your lenders part of the board of the project company. It's not going to happen. Equity drives the corporate governance and not lenders or government participants. But they are stakeholders in the governance. They're not part of the board. So just bear that in mind. Thank you. Just early feedback for you.
Well, I think all my comments and questions have been covered. But the most critical is the regulatory and political. I'm not certain that the response they've given to the other members of the jury is sufficient. I mean, you need to have agreements that ensures that government after government, you get, I mean, the commitment by the federal government holds, irrespective.
So I think maybe in addition...
it's food for thought. Okay. I mean, like you said, this is not a life project. Yeah, but it's for training and learning, so... Thank you. Well done.
Thank you very much, everyone.
One more time, let's put our hands together for Group B. Now I've come to the Group C, 0.5 MT Amazon fertilizer plant. Amazon Development Company located in Eleme, River State. This 500,000 MT a year fertilizer plant targets Nigeria's fertilizer consumption gap and positions itself to serve international markets. The project includes a phased roadmap towards securing offtake agreements and performance-based EPC contracting. Seed funding of $26 million is sought to de-risk the project through market studies, permitting, and early legal structuring. Please put your hands together with me as we make welcome Group C. Please keep putting your hands together for them. Of course, they're taking us away from Lagos again to Port Harcourt, but it's fine.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Toby Asechemie. I'll be presenting for the Amazon Fertilizer Company together with my colleague, Peter Ojo. Peter, you can move next slide. All right, just move. Thank you very much. So, a recent report by the Food and Agricultural Organization, FAO, has projected that approximately 30.6 million Nigerians would experience acute food and nutrition insecurity between 2025 and 2030. Amongst other factors that the FAO stated is a major contributor to this is Nigeria's low agricultural productivity. Now, Nigeria heavily depends on imports, which is unsustainable and expensive. Now, just in 2023, Nigeria spent about 2.3 trillion on agricultural imports. Now, we know this is not sustainable. Africa should produce what Africa eats. Africa should produce what Africa wears. Now, why this is very important is because, why our project rather is very important is because farmers in Nigeria and Africa at large are unable to meet the quantity and quality demands of Nigeria's growing population. I mean, you must have noticed that we have a lot of upcoming companies in agriculture business in Nigeria. I mean, just at the end of 2024, the number of agri-tech companies we had grown over to 230. We have a lot of indigenous companies starting to focus on agricultural production, but that won't be possible if our soil remains severely nutrient deficient. And we need fertilizers to ensure that our soil is nutrients rich and that our farmers are able to produce the quality and quantity of agricultural products that we can survive on as a nation. Now, that brings us then to our solution. So our solution is to establish a 500,000 metric tons urea fertilizer plant to serve both local and export markets. Now, you might say that we already have a couple of fertilizer production plants in Nigeria, but I would say that it's not enough. Now, just in the United States, they have over 1,000 fertilizer production companies. In China, they have over 150 fertilizer production companies. In Nigeria, we don't have up to 50. So we're not coming into an heavily saturated market as some may think. We think that the sky is big enough for all birds to fly, and we believe that there is a market for fertilizer demand in Nigeria and Africa at large. So why are we focusing on River State? Now, River State is gas rich. River State has an history of successful fertilizer production projects and cooperative local stakeholders. And then it's just 15 kilometers to the port area, which allows us access to major port facilities for imports and exports. Yes, just to also mention, just like I had emphasized earlier, Africa is moving far away from having to import everything that it needs. Africa is looking to, produce what we can eat, produce what we can use. And so our project aligns with Nigeria's goals of boosting local production. Just in January 2025, the federal government allocated 132 billion to boost agricultural productivity in Nigeria and to grant access to fertilizers for farmers. Just last month, the federal government launched the National Agribusiness Policy Mechanism, aimed at strengthening agricultural productivity in Nigeria. So we there say that what we're doing aligns with Nigeria's national goals of boosting local production. Now, for our project transaction grid, you already know the name of our company, Amazon Development Company Limited, would be providing equity together with Seplat Energy. Now, Seplat is an indigenous producer of gas, which is required in producing our fertilizers. We would have local lenders, particularly because a part of our revenue will be in Naira. We definitely would prefer to have Naira-backed facilities, but that's not to say we will not have USD facilities. We would have foreign currency financing from the IFC and the AFD, AFDB, who have particularly showed commitment to taking steps to ensuring or financing agricultural productivity, not just in Nigeria, but across Africa. We have our EPC contractors, our asset operators. I had mentioned that the other equity provider would also be supplying us gas. That doesn't mean that we wouldn't enter into agreements of supply with other gas providers. We definitely would. We also plan on exporting to Brazil, Mexico, India, and other African countries, but primarily would be addressing the need that we have identified in Nigeria, the local farmers. Now, of course, every project has its risks, and we've identified some of those risks. Cost overrun, the rising increase in raw materials. We intend to execute long-term fixed supply contracts with our suppliers. We'll have a completion guarantee from the contractor. We'll make provision for project cost overrun contingencies. For market saturation, which I had mentioned earlier, the fact that there are already fertilizer production companies, like I said, the bed is big enough for everybody to fly, because compared to other jurisdictions, Nigeria does not have enough fertilizer production companies. But notwithstanding, to address the market saturation gap, we would execute off-take agreements with the PFI. Now, the PFI is the Presidential Fertilizer Initiative. Now, the Presidential Fertilizer Initiative was set up by the federal government to ensure access of farmers to fertilizers. So what they typically do is purchase fertilizers in large quantities from the fertilizer production companies and then sell at subsidized price to farmers. So we intend to sign off-take agreements with the PFI entity, which is the NAIC NAIC, NPK, and then other government agencies, farmer cooperatives. We would also conduct thorough market research and feasibility studies to understand where the demand is for us to address. Then I already spoke about supply. For permits and approvals, we would identify our required licenses and engage with the regulators early. For changes in policies, since we're securing financing from the World Bank, it would, from the World Bank Group, that's the IFC, we would be able to disincentivize the government from bringing up policy or regulatory changes that might disrupt our operations. Yeah, for inflation, inflation risks, we would, just like I had mentioned earlier, we would negotiate financing agreements with fixed interest rates. We would utilize interest rate swaps and currency swaps. For force majeure risks, we would have consistent and well-defined force majeure clauses in all our contracts, and also have insurance coverage for risks. I would hand over to my colleague now to continue. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Toby. So I'll pick from where she stopped. So what I'll be running us through basically will be our approach to bankability framework, our creditworthiness, and also our ask as pertains to our capex. I'll be asking the investor today. So our bankability framework is actually based on Brickstone bankability framework in terms of the predictable cash flow, fixed operation delivery and fixed construction delivery and operations, governance and sustainability. So for here I'll be running you through how we're going to achieve high predictable cash flow, and also the construction and operation, then governance and sustainability. So to achieve predictable cash flow such that we're able to cover operations and also be able to service debt that we're going to be financing the projects with, we look into signing off-take agreements with the federal government and state government. Although for the kind of projects we are in, we don't really need off-take agreements. But we're looking at, because federal government has actually been showing a lot of interest in agricultural space, because we know the issue with food security in Nigeria at the moment, and a lot of initiative has been doing. And also, my colleague just mentioned what has been done so far, the research that has been done so far. So I'll move on. So what we'll do to see if we can secure off-take agreement, to identify the government demand programs and the pricing model, we'll draft and negotiate long-term off-take agreement, obtain ministerial and agency level approval. Then another thing we want to do to achieve predictable cash flow is to actually leverage on the farmer cooperatives. So what we intend to do is to engage farmer cooperatives and also sign MOUs with them, because they have this, we want to leverage on their supply. So that's what we want to do. So we'll map them out, we actually organize the stakeholder engagement forum, then we'll sign memorandum of understanding for fertilizer supply and commitment. And for our export market that I want to go into, basically, we've identified some of these large-scale infrastructural, large-scale distributor in Brazil, in Mexico. Example that we have here, we have Yara Brazil. These are large-scale distributors in Brazil and Brazil is actually in need of fertilizer, so we've identified some of them during our desktop research. And what we'll do is that we initiate B2B business meeting and negotiate distribution term with them, then we'll sign distribution contract. So we intend to do this such that we'll be able to explore the foreign market. All right, so for our fixed construction, delivery, and operations, so this is actually what we put into place so that we'll be able to complete the project on schedule and on time. So based on that, we'll be doing full design program for our plant. So this will conduct detailed engineering, design, and layout. And also, we're going to finalize the utility integration. Then we'll validate design with permitting. So this to make sure that whatever permits we've received, our design is in line with the permit, such that it won't be a huge disaster after we're done with the project. All right, so it's also going to comply with environmental requirements. So we also be looking at this fixed price scope and cost agreement with our EPC contractor. So we're going to be doing it through a tender process. We are going to prepare and release RFP, request for proposal, to pre-qualify EPC firms. Then we evaluate the proposal, and also we select our EPC contractor. And this basically will be that we'll be signing. There will be liquidated damages and performance guarantees for a year. Then we engage with O&M contractors. So for the O&M contractors, we are going to develop O&M scope and key performance indicator. This will be done with the help of the engineering consultancy that we're actually going to take in. So we map out the scope and the key performance indicator. Then we conduct due diligence and also short our O&M frames. Then we'll sign multi-layer O&M contract with the chosen O&M firm that we'll be working with. So for our governance and sustainability, so we have this under 3 buckets too. We establish clear governance structure. And also there will be climate and environmental risk assessment and vulnerability and analysis. Then we'll conduct our EIA study. So for the clear governance structure, we're going to set up governance framework, we document policies, we implement regular reviews, and there will be periodic reporting and transparency. All right. So that's what then we'll do our AIA. For our roadmap to bankability, we have predictable cash flow. What we're doing here, we'll be conducting market study. This is actually based on beyond the one we've done, the desktop research. We are going to be conducting more market studies such that, and during the market study, we'll be identifying large-scale fertilizer distributors that we are going to be engaging with. Then we are going to draft long-term MOU with them, and also we'll submit whatever we have at this moment to the investors. And if lenders are already listening at this stage, we are going to also be showing them this. Then we'll finalize the preliminary financial model and we'll secure distribution agreement. For our construction, delivery and operation, so we are going to do certification in 2026. Then our front-end engineering design, we'll launch the EPC tender process and appoint our EPC contractor. In 2027, we are going to sign EPC and O&M term agreement. This is to be able to have both our EPC contractor and our O&M. Then we'll start construction in quarter 2 of the 2027. And in 2028, we believe this should be done. We will get to a particular, by the end of 2028, they will be bringing in the O&M prototype for pre-commissioning and testing. So this is just to mention that we'll be running a lot of these things simultaneously in parallel to make sure that this work, because it looks a bit aggressive, so we want to do this so that we'll be able to run. We're running a number of things in parallel. So for our governance and sustainability, we will have the risk assessment 2025, stakeholder consultation, sign shareholders agreement, appoint and constitute our independent advisory board. We'll commence reporting, we do our EIA, and in 2026 we'll continue reporting both environmental audit and reporting. So here is our CAPEX and our structure. For our CAPEX here, it has been divided under the 4 buckets. We'll be looking for seed equity and grant, sponsor equity mezzanine, finance, and senior debt. So our total project cost is 500.9 million USD. This is actually based off of precedent transaction of Indorama fertilizer plant that was, they expanded just not quite long. So they expanded they did 1.4 million metric ton, and this was done, they did their own for $1.2 billion. So with our own, we're able to say, okay, we'll be able to do this based on our own research, we're able to do it for 500.9 million. So there is actually cash flow potential that we've identified. With our 500,000 metric ton, we will be producing 10 million bags of urea, and at the moment, a bag of urea fertilizer go for 47,000 naira, which will give us a revenue of about 470 billion projected revenue. So we have a number of credit enhancements here listed because of time, and this is our financial close. This is the summary, the roadmap to financial close. And here is our ask. We're requesting for 5.9 million USD as our seed capital. So this is to kickstart the Amazon fertilizer plant, and we are seeking 5.9 in seed capital to fund the critical project preparation and de-risking activity that will unlock the large-scale investment. What are we going to use this fund for? We want to use it to conduct market study. This will help us to really identify the export market that we want to go into, and also to be able to thoroughly do our analysis as pertains to the demand for the product, which is for urea fertilizer. Then we do engineering design and contractor mobilization, ESIA and permitting, legal advisory and financial advice. Also, there will be stakeholder engagement. This is how we're going to be using the funds. So we're looking for you to invest that 5.9 million into our project. This will help you you'll be supporting, if you invest in it, you'll be supporting a project that addresses food security in Nigeria, which is actually a very big one, and is actually a particular place that a number of investors are now going into to invest. And this will help you benefit from the growing demand and projected revenue, and also improve means of livelihood of farmers and produce local jobs to the Nigeria. So thank you so much.
Who goes first?
I'm still processing.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for that. Very good. A little too detailed in some areas, but it felt that like we wanted you to dwell more on slides like this, for example, and some other key slides. But well done, good. I just have, as usual, I have quite a few questions, but I would ask a few. Now, did you do any work on what it would? So the simple question: what a typical fertilizer plant? How much time a typical fertilizer plant will take to construct? How plant of this size? How long should it take? 6 months, 12 months, 3 years?
So the one we did actually, which is also based on research at the moment, desktop research is about we can do about 3 years. It's more realistic.
3 years.
So is it construction?
Construction.
Construction is about a year.
A year. Okay. So what did you? Which one is 3 years?
So I thought we were talking about from the whole project size, from the beginning to the end.
From development stage.
Development stage.
Okay. So 1 year, it says an average. That's fine. For construction. Now, I'm struggling with your revenue model. I don't understand it. I saw a market study there. And I saw you have an offtake with the PFI, Presidential Fertilizer Initiative, an offtake arrangement with them. So how exactly does that offtake tie into your revenue model? And what fundamental is the revenue? So I saw you want to do your market study, which makes sense. But what exactly is your envisaged revenue model for this? And how does it tie into that offtake that you propose? Also, maybe the other thing to add to that is that what is the proposal? You have a contract with suppliers. Which suppliers are these, and what's that contract about exactly? Is that clear?
Yes, it's
okay.
Clear. Thank you. I'll go with the last one as it pertains to the suppliers. So, I mean, fertilizer is actually, the need is also there because, as my colleague has been mentioned of earlier, it has been proposed that in Africa countries it's going to be growing, the need for fertilizer is going to be growing about 7% annually. So because of this, so what we're also looking at it's not that we've signed the agreement, but for the suppliers, we've identified those suppliers. So these are large-scale suppliers that we can actually sell to. We have agreement that these are for the export market, basically. It's because of the export market. So these are the suppliers we are going to be engaging with so that we'll be able to move our product and they can sell in the country. So some of them we've identified is in Brazil and Mexico. So although there will still be much more market research that we'll do to be able to identify this more. So
revenue model.
Okay, for the revenue model, so what we intend to do is basically to see how the offtake agreement actually coming into play here. So what we're looking at is actually to see if federal government we're going to have an offtake agreement with federal government because of a number of the initiatives that are now coming up. And it has been said last year there was this about 200 million fertilizer that the federal government actually distributed to Federal Ministry of Agriculture, distributed to farmers in Nigeria. So we're talking to and meeting with the federal government to see if we can have that. But majorly what we're actually basing our revenue model on is basically not really the offtake agreement, but we're looking at the market, because a number of farmers, a number of investors, they are seeing that there is actually much profit in the agricultural sector in Nigeria, because talking to the fact that a number of things is being imported in, and a number of insecurity in the north, because in the north that is where the major food that is being produced there. So now people are going into the production in the southwest. So basically what we really do is to actually meet this market demand in Nigeria and also for the export market. So that's what we're actually looking at, both locally and internationally. I don't know if you want to add.
I think you covered.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Just a quick one. I'm looking at your revenue model, which is suggesting that you'll be doing about $330 million per annum in revenue. So are you suggesting that this project will break even in 2 years?
So for this project, when we just do a quick search to see what the operating expense is going to be per annum, the operating is going to be about 375 billion. So for break even, actually what we are looking at is going to be taking around 4 to 5 years before just looking at this for a high level summary.
So those are key information I need to show us. I mean, I'm just looking at a straight line thing. Is almost suggesting that, okay, I can put my money down now and then get my money back in 2 years. Okay, thank you.
On the same revenue model, I'm still trying to actually confirm the revenue you're projecting, and I want to understand what part of that revenue is FX generated, what percentage you think will be FX, your exports, and what percentage will be local. Also, are you aware of any incentives that this project will enjoy, any government incentives that you're aware of?
Thank you so much. I will leave the incentive to Toby, but I'll answer the first part of the question, which is the...
Sorry, if I may just add something to that. I don't think you have adequately articulated how that presidential fertilizer initiative comes in. It's not clear, because that could answer the part of the question of incentive. It's just not clear. To be honest, your revenue model looks a little bit amorphous to me. It still looks amorphous, and it looks like the way this is presented, it looks like a very high risk project for me. I'm not even seeing my way clear to wanting to having an appetite to invest.
All right, thank you. So she's going to talk about maybe we should go first for the PFI.
Okay, so for the Presidential Fertilizer Initiative, right, it was set up by the federal government to ensure the access of local farmers to fertilizers. So, for instance, last year, the projected disbursements from the PFI to local farmers last year was about 1 million metric tons.
Sorry, tell us how it works. How are you going to leverage that here?
Okay,
Forget about describing it.
So
how does it come in here?
Yeah, so how it comes in here is that we would execute offtake agreements with that's the NAIC NPK, that's the government entity that does the purchase in bulk and the disbursement to local farmers. So just like we had said earlier, we would execute offtake agreements with them, agreeing to give them a specific amount of our own production per year, which they would then distribute to local farmers at subsidized prices. So they will pay to us what our normal price of urea fertilizer is, and then, because what they currently do is that they put some form of subsidy on it and then sell at subsidized rates.
It's a partial risk mitigant for the payment risk, right?
Yes.
So give us an idea of what percentage of your cash flows can be underpinned by that. So those are the sort of things you need to talk about.
Okay.
30%. You think that you are covered 30% based on the offtake you do. Those are things you need to mitigate market risk, because you are looking at market risk here.
Yeah.
When you talk market risk in infrastructure finance, everybody runs away. Bear that in mind. So this is one of the classic projects that people run away from. If you cannot demonstrate how you are going to deal with the market risk.
Okay, so if it's dealing with the market risk, right? I think that other than the Presidential Fertilizer Initiative that we have identified, which we'll be taking advantage of, let's say that would probably deal with about maybe 10% of our production. The major markets, which he had said earlier, is not just the Presidential Fertilizer Initiative, but even local farmers across Nigeria. Now, just like I had mentioned earlier in the statistics, we have over 250 businesses or startups that are coming up in the agribusiness space, because really everybody is looking to what they can produce in Nigeria for Nigerians, as opposed to having to import or rely heavily on imports. If you look at the recent statistics, it says that between there's projected, and what he had said earlier, that it is projected that within the next few years, the demand for fertilizer is going to increase by 5 to 7% annually. The reason for that increase is because there is becoming a large focus on agricultural production in Nigeria. So definitely there is already a market for fertilizer application of fertilizer use in Nigeria, and we're just going to take advantage of that.
Why your fertilizer?
Sorry?
Why?
Why urea fertilizer? Okay, so
no. Why your fertilizer?
Why our fertilizer?
Yes, yes, because I'm sure others, you have competitors. Yes. So why yours?
Okay, so just like I had mentioned earlier, even though there are already competitors in the Nigerian market, right, it doesn't mean that there is no space for a new entrant. Now, if you look at the United States, like I had mentioned, the United States has over 1,000 fertilizer production companies.
No, that's not the answer.
Okay.
The answer is about the quality of fertilizer that you're bringing in. The answer is your track record. That is the answer.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well done, Group C. One more time, a round of applause for Group C. Okay, so we've come to the final group now. And I'm glad they're bringing us back to Lagos again. So Group D is working on a 1,500 hectare Ekpe Green City. So it's the Ekpe Green City Development Limitilities. The project aligns with Lagos State's regional development and climate goals with a focus on phased land development, environmental sustainability, and catalytic seed capital. Please let's put our hands together for Group D, Ekpe Green City Development Limited.
Good afternoon, distinguished judges and fellow entrepreneurs. I am Didigo Esther, and with me is Joel Igelege and Quadri Badro. I know you've seen him before. And together we are the Group D, the Green Horizon Development Group, and we are presenting to you this transformational project that is much needed in Lagos, Nigeria. Before we start, this is just to say that the companies mentioned in this project are real, but they are not affiliated with us. Now, really, what is the problem? Lagos State is bursting at its seams, you know, with the exponential population growth and the limited infrastructure. The middle class, the working class families are being pushed out of formal settlements into slums, right? And we face severe housing deficits. The Lagos development is concentrated in core areas, and it creates extreme congestion, and it pushes vulnerable populations into informal settlements. As in addition to that, there is the climate vulnerability. The rising sea levels and urban flooding threaten low-lying Lagos districts, continued reliance on also diesel generators and inefficient waste systems increases the greenhouse gas emissions. Lastly, we see a lot of urban projects here and there, but they are not consolidated. So many projects address either the housing, the infrastructure, or the sustainability in isolation, but not as an integrated solution. So essentially, what is the solution? Ekpe Green City. This is a purpose-built mixed-use greenfield development that provides a holistic view and solution to Lagos's housing, infrastructure, and environmental challenges. We'll be having integrated land use of eco-residential neighborhoods, commercial districts, industrial zones, renewable infrastructure, all master planned across 1,500 hectares. As mentioned before, it will be affordable, and the energy will be from the solar farm, where we'll partner with Scatec ASA to build a 100 megawatts solar farm, as well as a waste energy plant partnering with Viola Nigeria to reduce the reliance on diesel and offset emissions. We'll also have a circular economy where we comprehensively manage the waste and rainwater, as well as it will be digitally enabled. Now, this project is located at Ekpe Green City, as the name implies. Again, 1,500 hectares, and it is fully secured under a JV agreement with the Lagos State government. Its proximity to major catalysts like the Lekki Deep Sea Port, Dangote Refinery, and the petrochemical hub. It's about 15 kilometers to the FTZ, which is a free trade zone and proposed international airport. Now, why this location in particular? It's one of Lagos's last contiguous parcels of scale with road connectivity, greenfield conditions, and government prioritization. It has been de-risked through a land transaction structure via the government, and there is no displacement condition. This is just an overview of what it looks like. So you can see that's where we are located down there. It's just all trees. So essentially what it is, built. Now the project is, again, fully integrated, self-sustaining urban ecosystem. And we have developed, or rather, parted it into 4 different parts. 55% of the sites will go to residential development, 25% will go to eco-commercial and industrial zones, 10% will go to public amenities and open spaces, while the remaining 10% will be reserved for solar and infrastructure. On to Joe.
Good afternoon, everybody. So as Didi has mentioned, the project is not the regular housing project that we would usually see. It is a comprehensive solution to Lagos's urbanization challenges, and it caters to the working class families, it caters to corporate employers, it caters to cooperatives and even financial institutions. Move on. So onto our policy context and strategic objectives. Our Ekpe Green City project is a direct response to both the national and state priorities. On the national level, we are aligned with the National Urban Development Policy to promote smart, inclusive housing units, and also the National Housing Strategy, which targets 300,000. Our project is geared towards having at least 6,000 housing units, and so it's a direct response to that. On the state level, we are very inclined towards reducing traffic pressures and also ensuring that we're sticking with sustainability in terms of having 100% renewable power and smart waste management. We are guided by the legal and regulatory framework of both Lagos State and Nigeria in general. To this extent, we will have a JV framework with the Lagos State government. To this extent, the Lagos State government will be giving us land in equity, and then we will have an SPV incorporated under the Corporate Affairs Commission. This SPV is going to have its own SHA, where the internal workings will be, the internal control and internal workings of the SPV will be regulated. Title documentation, because we are getting directly from Lagos State government, so we would have our governor's consent, we would have complete and absolute perfection of the property and title. Under regulatory and permitting, we are in process of getting EIA, and then other planning and building permits that are required under our PPP partnership. We are also chasing priority status under the NIPC, and also this is to get tax holidays and also import duty waivers, because of the kind of project we're doing, we're going to have a lot of imports, so we're trying to get all of these.
Now we're taking a look at that. Let's take a look at the project stakeholders. Now we'll be partnering with the public sector, which includes the Lagos State government, and they are the mainland contributor, co-JV partner, regulator, and also infrastructure co-provider. The Ministry of Finance Incorporated will be providing the subordinated debt. We are the project sponsors, and we are responsible for the project development, fundraising, and oversight. The equity investors are the Shelter Afrique, and they'll be providing the equity capital for housing, institutional oversight, British International Investment, and the co-financing grants will be provided by the Green Climate Fund. Debt providers include IFC and African Development Bank. They will be providing the senior debts, while again reiterated here, MoFi will be providing subordinated debt. Now the contractors are phased, and to each his own, right? So Arab contractors will be taking the lead on roads, drainage, and utilities. El Alan will be piloting the housing units, while ITB Nigeria will be for the retail and commercial facilities. Onto the utility and power, we have Scatic ASA building the solar infrastructure. We recall 100 megawatt solar infrastructure, and it's a build, own, and operate model. And they'll also be in charge of the smart grid rollout and metering. Viola Nigeria will take the lead on waste and temporary water infrastructure setup and expansion, and Schneider Electric will take hold of the electric transportation within the city. Legal and advisory, Brixton Africa will be the advisory partner on this. DLA Piper will be taking the lead on legal compliance. And we do have a key supplier there, which is Porter Cabin Nigeria. We do intend to not only use brick and mortar to build the houses here, we also intend to use containers, as well, as that is easier to build, faster, and all of that. But that would be for the commercial part of the building. And this is what the transaction grid looks like and how they interact. Shareholders agreements will be signed with the equity participants, JV agreements with the Lagos State, loan and security agreement with the lenders. The various EPC contractors will sign an EPC contract or a construction agreement. Their projects will be the asset operators, and they will sign an O&M agreement with us, and the various, and lease and sales agreements with the home tenants, buyers, cooperatives and unions, commercial anchor tenants and buyers, as well as mortgage companies.
So ensure that the Equatorial City is bankable, we are adopting the Bridgestone's bankability framework, predictable cash flow, construction and operations, and sustainability and governance. As you expect of a mixed-use development, there are various revenue sources. As you can see, we expect to get revenue from the sales of residential homes, lease to own, commercial sales, utilities, right, from waste, energy, waste, power. We expect to get this to be a source of revenue for us. Carbon credits, carbon credits is another revenue source that we have identified. Sale of lands and civil concessions. And here we have a breakdown of what our revenue will be like in a year. We're expecting to, considering the total land mass that Equatorial City will cover, that's about 1,500 hectares. We are dedicating about 55% to residential development, while 90% will be for residential sales, and affordable rents will be taking 10% for that. We intend charging about 800,000 naira annually for the affordable rent, and residential homes will go for about 20 million naira per terrace, because we intend building terrace homes. We also considered the square meter that will be covered by terrace home, which is about 260, between 260 and 380 square meters. Also, when we finish our analysis, we expect that we have a DSCR of about 1.92 times, and this with this we'll be able to have excess cash, which we could just hold as dollar, which will be used to service our debts going on. Then for the predictable cash flow, this is more of the the roadmap to attaining financial close. We have displayed here various timelines. And for construction, delivery, and operations, we have that listed here, but this is more focused on the first phase of construction. First construction is actually phased, so we have subsequent phases coming after this. And here we have the various construction phases to be done in about 5 phases.
So the EPEC Green Cities governance framework is established through various definitive agreements. So we have the OMM agreements, we have our EPC contracts, but most importantly, we have our SHA and then our JVA, the JVA with the government, and then the SHA, like I've said before, to regulate the internal workings. We have also set below the timeline for incorporating all of our environmental and sustainability plans into the project, so that it doesn't look like it's just words, but you can see the timeline for the action. So our environmental and social sustainability is really, we gain our insights from our EIA and our SIA. So for our EIA, our economic benefits, we're going to derive from resource efficiency, grid building, and circular waste approach. And then for the social part of it, we're committing to affordable housing units engagement. We're looking at community engagement. We're looking at economic benefits, and then we're also looking at incorporating ESG criteria into all of this. Very importantly, the risk and mitigants, because we do not think that there is any project that does not have any risks. And if there is any that says that there is absolutely no risk, we believe that it's a walking red flag. So to this extent, we have listed out the risks that we understand will apply to this project and how we intend to mitigate these. For our demand risk, we understand that there is a possibility that there would be low uptake of the housing units and of the units that we're intending to construct. To mitigate these, we're looking at pre-sales and pre-leasing MOUs with, we would call them off-takers, but really we're looking at commercial employers and people of the likes. So we're also conducting market studies to understand where the demand really is, and all of those. For our financial and currency risk, especially in Nigeria, there's FX volatility, and then we have inflation. To mitigate these, we're looking at having blended finance options, we're having blended currencies, and we're also looking at hedging, natural hedging, and then contingency reserves. For construction and completion risks, we understand that there is usually delay by, due to certain events. So to these, we're having force major events in all of our contracts. We're also having fixed price with EPC contractors, so that even in the event that there is inflation or there is FX volatility, it does not exactly affect the project. We're also looking at performance bonds and guarantees. For our legal and regulatory risk, we understand, although we have to admit that in Nigeria, with our legal and regulatory, we're moving towards electronic, and so most of these risks are already mitigated. So for example, with incorporating the SPV, with getting NIPC incentives and all those, most of those things can be done online, even with getting registering your title and all of those. But for our legal and regulatory risks, we still see that there is some form of delay in getting permits and things like that. Now, because we are partnering with the Lagos state government, we envision that these risks are already partly mitigated, and then we have early agency agreements and change in law clauses in our contracts. For our sponsors' risks, the key concern under our sponsors' risks is whether we can execute early stage tasks, and we intend to mitigate these by having clear governance structures and transparency, having strengthened sponsors, consortium, DFI inclusions, and things of the sort. And then for environmental and social risks, we understand that there may be community pushback, and to remedy this is why we're having our AI and SIA, we're having community engagement, pre-community engagement and things like that, so that we can mitigate these risks.
Now, from ideation to financial close, we have mapped out every step. The origination, that's the early development phase. We have the SPV setup, market analysis, preliminary financial model. The pre-financing stage, we have, we attain commercial close with the core project counterparty, tractors, and construction commences. And this is our pre-development expenditure. And to reach financial close, we'll need to unlock pre-development milestones, which would include, again, the 3 criteria that we set out earlier: predictable cash flow, construction, delivery, and operations, governance and sustainability. And these are all the things that we need to unlock that. And it's a total of 3 million. So hence, we're seeking $3 million in project preparation funding to execute this phase of Ekpe Green City. And we're targeting a financial close within 27 months. Now, Ekpe Green City is not just a concept, it's carefully engineered, and it's benchmarked against various cities in the world, like the Kigali Green City, Masdar in the UAE. It's diversified, it's unique, it's resilient, and it's structured to deliver both social impact and investor returns. So today we ask for your early backing. We are ready. This project is ready. It's solid, and we can see that definitely the need is urgent. Thank you.
You mentioned affordability quite a few times. So, what is affordable? How are you defining affordability? And how are you determining it?
Okay, so essentially, we're benchmarking is against the lower to middle class income earners, right? These people are basically pushed out into slums, and as long as they are able to afford our homes, which they will, after we've completed our market analysis and allocated proper pricings, they should be able to afford our homes. And yeah, that's how really ensuring that they find a place in Ekpe Green City. It's not just like, just to mention a few names: Alaro Green City, Alaro City and the likes of them that are luxurious. We aren't exactly saying we are luxurious. We are saying that come into our place. There's a place for you here. So yeah. Kodri, do you want to add something else?
Also, we also consider the costing done by FTZ. Right, that's a free trade zone. Free trade zone charges in dollars. We charge in naira, and given that it's a green city, there are a lot of side attractions that come with a green city as opposed to a normal setup. So that is an additional value that we are creating, and then and also yeah, that's basically it. Just wanted to add.
Okay. Hello. Okay, can you go to your revenue model? That one, yes. You have under your key metrics, you have annual revenue of 441 billion. Would that be correct? I mean, my understanding is you are doing part outright sales, or majority will be outright sales. So, if you are giving me a projection that tells me annual revenue of 443 billion, your revenue model becomes worrisome. The only commercial part is your commercial, which is the 39 billion that I'm seeing. And also not sure that you are going to be getting about 39 billion every year.
Yeah, so the skewing in the annual revenue is done, it's practically due to when we are computing the residential sales. So as you can see here, with total residential sales, the top proportion for residential sales is about 90%, and then we'll be developing about
so
20,000 homes. So what we should have done, was that we need to have apportioned the residential sales that will be done per period. But as you can see here, this is doing a computation of for the old residential sales, which is not correct.
What would be which segments of the society are you targeting? I mean, considering that I don't know whether to call it the middle class now, is gradually being eroded with the Japa syndrome. What's your target? Are you looking at diaspora sales? Are you looking at local sales? I'm unable to see that in your revenue projections.
That's a key consideration, right? Talking about residential sales, as my colleague has identified, we are not really focused on selling individually for the residential sales. You're actually focusing bulk buyers like employers as has been highlighted. Then then looking at the reason why we focus on employers is looking at considering the free trade zone. We see a number of siting of firms relocating to that particular area, and we know that majority of Lagosians work on the island, while majority stay while they stay on the mainland. So we see a lot of to and fro traffic congestion, and then we see that it's actually necessary that we have Ekpe City in that area providing residential loans. So we see this to be a key consideration for these employers, right? To actually
sorry,
do this.
Quadri, I think your response introduces another complication into what you've said. So if majority of the workers in Lagos work on the island, and you're citing your projects in Ekpe, whilst you are looking at a smart city, your contribution to the carbon problem increases, because then part of what you said is that it takes an average of 90 minutes to drive from there to the island, and of course to a place like Alausa. Carbon emission from vehicles, because people need to commute. So you need to be able to marry it to, so that your ESG impact or the ESG impact of your project does not then negate your ability to source fund. Thank you.
Yes, so in response to that, the essence of having the Ekpe Green City is so that employers that have the place of work in that free trade zone and have employees living all the way on the mainland can actually, we have a situation where most times the reason why people move to the mainland, and this is really just most times, is because housing is more affordable on the mainland than it is on the island, right? So if we're having affordable housing in a place that is close to your place of work, it sort of mitigates that idea of carbon emission and things like that, because your employers are bulk buying housing units so that they can, at subsidized rates, lease out these housing units to their employers, move them over to Ekpe Green City, where everything is already green. So it sort of mitigates that and it marries the two.
Yeah, thank you. Good presentation. A lot of information and analysis. This is quite helpful. Some of the work that may not have been done by the other groups you did. Maybe I'll choose one or two questions. You talked about in talking about the demand or revenue risk. In talking about the demand or revenue risk, you talked about demand guarantees from institutions. How exactly is that meant to work, and how do you intend to procure that? They'll talk about demand guarantees. Let me just add one more question. I think there's a bit of roadmap confusion in from what I was seeing, because you talked about pre-financing you talked about financial close in 27 months when you were talking about when you are making the pitch for the ask for the is it the seed capital you're asking for is it how much you ask for again? 3 million. You talked about 27 months, but in the roadmap, I saw there is a there seems to be a contradiction in the roadmap. But put that one side. The question, one of the fundamental questions I had is exactly how the ownership and JV and governance framework is meant to work with Lagos State. Exactly how is that meant to work? What's the JV what's the JV and governance structure with Lagos State?
So to your first question, I would let Quadri answer the second question, and then I would answer the third. So to your first question as to demand guarantees from institutions. So like we've said earlier on, we're looking at especially corporate employers and all of those. So we're having them give us like guarantees to say like every year we're going to need XYZ amount of housing from you, things like that. So it is a guarantee that every year we will be able to give you, or you will be buying from us a certain amount of. Yes, we did say that. Yes. So to your second. Yes, so I mean, so for the importing part, we're trying to get exemption on duties for those. So we're not really factoring the price that we would. I mean, we factor price of importing, but then in terms of import duties and all of those, because we're trying to get waivers for those, we're able to keep it fixed to say this is. But then in terms of general, how do we fix pricing? I think we're fixing price because we've considered a lot of, like, we've considered volatility, we've considered inflation and all of those prior to, and we've done our AIA, we've done SIA, we've done all of those. We've looked at market demand, we've looked at all of those. So we're able to say that at least within the span of that period of time, we can fix price to this and we will not suffer a loss, we will not suffer a loss, and all of this.
Just talk about price fixing. Right, we have a lot of our funding coming is dollar based, right, and then we actually have our prices to be pegged to the prevailing dollar rates as at that time, such that even if there is a rise in dollar rates, we're able to cover that, and when there is a crashing in dollar rates, our houses become more affordable.
Then to the last question with regards to JV. So, like I mentioned earlier, the Lagos State government is giving us land as equity, right? And so a portion of our revenue is going to, revenue is going to go to them in, we're not paying one-off for the land that they're giving to us. Matter of fact, we're not actually paying for it because they're giving it to us as their equity in the SPV. So as opposed to when we're incorporating the SPV, yes, we would have to, like, change it. So, no. So the government is not controlling. Yes. So because there are other equity stakeholders in the SPV, right? So it's a situation where the Lagos State government is going to have a percentage, but they're going to be a minority, granted, but they're not going to be so minor that it would be a problem.
One last question you talked about. There was something you mentioned. I think you said there will be no displacement. Was it? Somebody said there's no displacement. Yes, you said no displacement for a 1,500 hectare project in Lagos. Sorry, did I hear you right?
Yeah, you did actually.
No displacement. What does that mean?
So there are no.
Is that theoretical or is that something you've thought through?
It has to be validated. It's really just a
I'm sorry, that is dreamland. That is dreamland, please. Don't say that.
But again, even if there was displacements, we'll take into consideration and make provisions for the displaced parties.
You have to have a robust RAP, resettlement and action plan. So, and that is a big part of how you demonstrate how that's going to be sustainable. So if you don't have that, forget it. Just forget it.
Engagements, right, with the communities to make sure that this is provided for.
The note I made on that was, you said you're building a green city. This place, it's nearly like it's a conservation area, because you said there are only trees there. So that for me was a red flag. You are going to remove trees and build a green city. You're going to have a lot of activists come and attack you on whether that is what they want, to replace trees, or they just want trees to remain there. So I just said to myself, this is a red flag. We'll take it up with you later.
Thank you, ma'am.
Please, a side note, don't take away our Lekki Conservation Center. Please, don't take it away. We still go there, we need it. Lagos is hot today because we've taken down all our trees. All right, so before we go to the next item on our program, I'd just like to give our jury a moment to give you a speech about the presentations we've had so far. So I think I can take from everyone, actually, maybe in 2 minutes each person. Just give us a summary of what you think has gone down today, or what could have been. Just a general speech from you. A round of applause for our judges and members of the jury.
So, I mean, they've done a great job, and that I want to commend everyone. It's been fantastic. Now, project finance, it's all about the money. You're trying to get funding from investors, and investors want to know first, can I be repaid? Have you articulated the problem? Have you articulated the fact that you're the solution to the problem, and you have the capacity and the competence and the track record? Nearly everyone skimmed that first slide on who you are. That is part of telling me as an investor that you have the capacity, you have the competence, you have the track record, and everybody just sort of like skimmed past it. The project sponsor is critical, because that is part of my ability of confirming that you will deliver a good quality project that will repay me. Because project finance, we're looking to that project to generate revenue that would repay. So if the project fails, or you don't have the competence to deliver, then I'm not going to get payment. And you all sort of skimmed past that. You talked about a lot of things that by the time you got to the money, we were all tired. The money is the reason why we're talking. So, you can look at it and say, the money is the objective, and then quite a lot of things that you brought before your financial plan, you bring it after the financial plan as what starts to make the investor comfortable about the fact that you're going to be able to repay. Now, you bring in the usual suspects of IFC, AFDB, AFC. Fantastic. But also know that if you bring them in, first, they're part of your political risk mitigation. And you have to understand that, and you have to highlight that they're part of your political risk mitigation. However, they're going to require that you operate strictly when it comes to transparency, when it comes to a competitive bidding process, all of that. And I saw that in some of it, you already had the concessionaire, everything already done. And some of these organizations will want to know what process was followed for the concessionaire to actually have been selected, or they will not come into it. So they try to come in early to guarantee a certain level of transparency and accountability and competition. Um, you, in talking about the problem, and I'm sorry to say again, back to the money, you have to situate your project in economic terms. You can't talk about off-takers without, or you can't even talk about how you selected a location and selected the off-takers without talking about first that location within even contribution to the GDP of Nigeria. That is what I want to hear. That's what attracts me to that location. That location, I have companies that are contributing X, or you have projections showing that. Thank you. You have projections that will show me that this, you're going to where the action is going to be in the next few years, and you're actually getting ahead of competition. So you need to situate what you're doing in economic terms. You have to comfort me that you know the numbers, you've done the projections, and you have the right projections. And it's not about what you say, it's not about what you think. As they say, in God we trust, but human beings, you bring your numbers, you bring your data, and you show me why I should believe you. But you've done a great job. I really want to commend all the teams. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think we'll just hand the mic to Mr. Oshinkonlo. Do you want to say something?
Okay.
Please.
All right. Thank you. And again, I would say well done to the four teams. They have done a good job. I agree. I just to confirm that I think we're impressed with the quality of the presentations, the sort of material they have used. They have leveraged available information, not reinventing the wheel, and they have also done some research and analysis in various areas. I think, you know, given the very stellar and commendable work that Brixton is doing, which is why, you know, very busy people who are doing other things outside to make time to for this sort of great initiative. It is impressive that we can see the quality, because I believe that most of the participants have limited knowledge and exposure to infrastructure project development and finance, and yet you have been able to bring to bear a decent knowledge of what it takes to deliver these projects. So well done to Brixton and InfraCONNECT, African Catalyst. All right. I would say that maybe three things. This is about financing, right? And with financing, you need to understand the requirements of your financing stakeholder group. And I would say broadly, you would have, say, the DFI, the DFI type investors who will be looking for the sort of things that Mrs. Akintomide has talked about, which you must pay attention to. And also you'll be looking at commercial investors, such as likes of ourselves, who would also be looking for what it is. And you need to understand what makes all these sort of groups tick. The DFIs will be concerned about a lot of the stakeholder work and the impact economically, and the strategic location, strategic nature of the location of the project, and your sustainability considerations. commercial investors would, of course, want this satisfied, but they want to see how the money gets back. They want to see how they get their capital back, a decent return. And I would say that the first group, I think that that could be a function of the fact that you are talking the energy space, right? You've had the different groups in different spaces, so the energy space, quite notoriety in that regard, has some notoriety in that regard because there's much more maturity in that space. So you can see that, okay, I know where the money is going to come back from. The others, I would say they struggled a bit in varying degrees. But it's a very important area to pay attention to. How does the money come back? And you need to look at your revenue model, your offtake, and make sure that is sustainable. And that is, the investors can see that they have a line of sight to that. And then, as Mr. Akutomide said, you then start looking at all of the other conditions, sustainability, governance, and so on and so forth. It's very, very important that you also demonstrate that you have a good grasp of your financial analysis and of how you can, and your roadmap. I think there's some good work done. I can't remember which of the groups now has a very good roadmap, and some of them, the roadmap just look a bit confused. They look very, very theoretical. So all in all, thank you. Well done, and let's keep doing this. Well done. Thank you.
One more time, a round of applause for Mr. Oshinkolo. I think I should go straight to Mr. Ojeni. Yes. Can we get a microphone, please? That one. Thank you, JC.
Thank you very much. I'll join my colleagues to say well done to all the teams, and congratulations for going through this in such an impressive way. Again, like my colleagues have said, what is key to any funder or financier is how do I get my money back? And then the merit of what you're presenting. You have but a limited time to make an impact and an impression in the minds of a funder. So always apply your mind to what they call the principle of 3-minute helicopter pitch, and ensure that the essentials of what you're presenting is done within the first 5 to 10 minutes before you lose the interest of your funder. But again, congratulations to all the teams. Let's take this as a learning point. What we've seen today just shows you that getting funds from a financier is not a walk in the park. It's a lot of hard work. I could see a lot of you sweating. Even though we all agree it's not a live session, but you see how difficult it is to force money out of anybody. So as you go into any session, always have at the back of your mind, what will be this person's interest? How can I convince? It's almost like relationships. Yeah. How do you convince somebody to be with you? Yeah. And that all hard work has to go into also getting money out of a financier. But again, congratulations to all of you. You've done very, very well. Quite impressive, very powerful presentations, and good representations from all the teams. Well done.
Thank you very much. A round of applause.
And of course to Mr. Ofala. Yes. In the course of the fireside chat, you did say for those who cannot just go straight to financiers to get money out, you want them to come to you. I don't think that should be the goal. The goal for me should be that for anybody going to seek for funding, they come to you for an endorsement. And once an international funding agency sees the stamp of Africa Catalyst, they know that this project already has some score on merit, and that should be the goal. The goal is not just for them to come to you. The goal should be for you to have that recognition globally, that once you endorse a project, everybody else is a stamp of credibility on that project. Thank you.
So we're going to make Mr. Ofala a new NAFDAC
so
for
much.
the Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much, everybody. Thank you for the panel of judges. And thank you. I know we started a bit late and things. I also like to thank the various cohort group members, and they did quite well. And this is just the beginning. We will be able to make improvements on InfraConnect. It's every quarter. We're going to have the next one in October by God's grace. But more importantly is the fact that these 6 weeks, I mean, the various participants here, you know, a number of them were introduced to project finance for the first time in their lives. And within the 6 weeks of training program, we were able to train them in various topics, and they were able to put this pitch together. And we feel that we definitely would also like to even welcome more realistic and live projects that are going to go into the market in itself. But thank you once again. Thank you, everybody. It's really been a great time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Brickstone. Thank you, African Catalyst. Thank you to our presenters today, right? This juncture, I'm supposed to announce the winners, but so that the tension will build, I will leave that for later, but not too long. I just want to welcome or introduce the AEC group. And the AEC group will be making a presentation shortly. I would welcome Mr. Engineer Olalikon Iwayemi, who's the Business Development PPP Sector Advanced Capital, a subsidiary of the AEC group. And the AEC group is into infrastructure. They help with transportation and highway engineering. They help with bridge engineering, waste engineering, as well as water management, geotechnical engineering, and surveying and UAV engineering as well. They also help with planning. So you have transportation planning, economic planning, and master planning, smart cities, as well as architecture and environmental planning. But to help us do justice, please help me welcome Engineer Olalikon Iwayemi to just take the floor for the next few minutes.
A big round of applause for our moderator once again. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Iwayemi Olalikon. I represent AEC Group, and I bring greetings from my chairman, Engineer Dr. Peter Olaleye Agumbiade, and our management team. We have been a fan of InfraConnect for upwards of 2.5 plus years. We have members of our team, our professional team, who have been faculty members on this landmark project. And we see it as a very, very much needed solution provider for the infrastructural gap we have in Nigeria and Africa as a whole. And I must really commend Mr. Femi Aufala, the founder, African Catalyst, for this great, great initiative. It's never been seen at this level and at this stage, and I really must say we should give him a round of applause once again. I also want to commend all the members of the jury. Great insights. I was just jotting and recording all the while, because this is truly like a masterclass after so many years in the industry, even for me as a person. And so I want to give each and every one on that panel of jury, Mr. Bode Ojeni, a round of applause, please. Mr. Jobalo Shikalu, a round of applause, please. And Mrs. Cecilia Akintomide, a round of applause for her too. So briefly, I want to appreciate InfraConnect for giving us this opportunity to be a partner on this great initiative. Our firm, AEC Group, we have been in the infrastructural space for upwards of 30 years. I think 1990, that's 35 years to be exact. And so we, over the years, we are a multidisciplinary indigenous firm, birthed and proudly Nigerian. So I think we should give ourselves a round of applause for that. We have demonstrated expertise in performing technical reviews, feasibility studies, and risk assessment for intricate and complex projects. And I'll get to that in a bit. We have a strong understanding of local and international standards and best practices, as well as the regulations to make your projects move from cradle to being birthed. We have an extensive collaboration within Nigeria government agencies and the public and private institutions at large. I'm glad that we have people from ARM, ARIT infrastructure here. We have very, very close partnerships with them on some of our projects. Our portfolio includes federal and state agencies, private sector developers, development finance institutions, and international agencies at large, like the World Bank and the AFD. So what do? We facilitate project delivery for our clients, basically. And in the infrastructural space, when it comes to transportation and highway, when it comes to environmental monitoring, when it comes to industrial and pharmaceuticals, water and wastewater, we play practically in every sector. And you'll see that in a bit. We, like I mentioned earlier, we're a multidisciplinary infrastructure provider. We have all our team members in-house. So we are highly respected. We have over 200 plus professionals in our team. We have about 5 plus offices cut across Nigeria and beyond. And then we have a track record of completing over 250 projects within and outside Nigeria. And so we come highly recommended. On our clientele, we have both local and international organizations and firms, both private and public. And our presence within Nigeria is quite vast. We play very, very critically in providing infrastructure solutions to Nigerian governments and MDAs. And that's why it's very, very key to be at infrastructure events like this, because we find out that there is this gap between when projects are birthed and then getting them to the point where they are able to be delivered to help the Nigerian economy, to help grow the Nigerian economy to the world and the world at large. And so we have in our retinue of tools, software and digital tools that we use to ensure that these projects are delivered on time. And so that's why it's music to our ears when we hear all of the presenters talk about front-end engineering designs, when they talk about EIAs and ESIAs and RAPs. These are the sectors where we play, and we know that immediately you guys get the seed funding, you are coming to us to help you to give you those solutions that you actually need to get your projects on the way. And so BEAM is something that we're very great on. That BEAM is building information management system. And so it's critical to the success of many of our projects. I'll just quickly like the technical team to play video 1 to show you some of the things that we're able to quickly do for Lagos State in particular, which most of you may be familiar with. You can add the volume, please. Okay, if you're not able to get the volume to work, basically what you're looking at is a solution provision for transportation management within the Ikeja, Okpebi, Allen axis. And so we, in partnership with Lagos State government, were able to come up with a solution to solve the traffic challenges within Maryland, Odoyalaro, Okpebi, and Allen. So all of that section, which you will see on the screen now, we have been able to engineer a masterpiece. We have been able to engineer a masterpiece infrastructure that, once completed, will reduce journey times for many, many, many users of that public infrastructure. And this dream has been on the plan for upwards of 30 years. And that speaks to the fact of what Mr. Femi Awofala mentioned, that project delivery takes an enormous amount of time. And each time this happens, what happens is that the project cost goes through the roof. Imagine being able to construct this road infrastructure like 15 years ago, or even just like 2 years ago before the currency flotation and all of that. You would imagine how much of returns this investment will have brought to Lagos State and also to Nigeria at large. But we've had to still go ahead with this project despite the challenges, because it is critical to infrastructure development within Nigeria and within Lagos State particularly. If you can just fast forward, you can leave the sound if it's not coming up. Great. So this is an aerial view of the infrastructure. This is the 3D visualization which we did in-house. We have our team members able to do this for us.
Has been designed to connect Okpebi Road from its tail end with Lagos Ikorodu Road by the Odoyalaro area to Ojota, Maryland and its environs. At operation, the proposed network will significantly reduce travel time for Lagos and Ikorodu bound traffic from Okpebi.
So our solution covers all the works, including the drainage services and the environmental impact for that infrastructure.
The design of the possible movements
So
within the entire
for those of us who are
corridor is
conversant with that
dynamic and
corridor, you will
at the
find
end
out that
U-turns from
this
Okpebi
is practically
towards
what you
Allen
see
Avenue
on ground
via the
now.
underpass U-turn.
Fine, this is a 3D visualization, but this is what births the delivery of the project at the end of the day, because you're able to capture what you want, what your client wants, and your client is able to appreciate this is what actually they need to get the project done. And then, like I mentioned earlier, with the beam, you're able to do clash detections because of the kind of infrastructure software that you are able to use and deploy on projects such as this. And so, if you can go to video number 2, so that we leave the visualization and see the actual work as it is presently. Thank you. So I'll just leave you to watch the clip and enjoy because of time. Okay. So this is an aerial view of Okpebi. For those who are conversant with that section of Lagos State. Now, over here is what you saw in the visualization. That's the Okpebi Mende Link bridge in the flesh. I think Lagos State deserves a round of applause for being able to put this up in under 2 years. So the contractor is Julius Berger Nigeria Limited, and I liked when some of the presenters mentioned their track record. The only maybe downside to that is in infrastructure space. You hardly find JB being able to provide maybe some kind of equity based on our experience on projects such as this. But when it comes to quality in terms of delivery of projects, they come highly recommended. And so this is the view accessing Odoyalaro from Okpebi. If you turn to your right, you're going towards Maryland. And then if you make a bend underneath the bridge and you turn to your left, you're accessing New Garage in Ward Ojota. And so all of this infrastructure will be laced with pedestrian walkways, will be laced with green areas for relaxations at the end of the day. You will also have some kind of playground that's going to be managed by Lagos State Parks Agency, that's Last Park. And so it brings a kind of refreshing to this. It's like an urban regeneration project for the entire axis. Those who are conversant with this place would know that under this bridge used to be littered with, I think, cane fabricators and those who make, who weave baskets and all of that. But right now, it's transformed the entire landscape of Okpebi, Mende, and Ojota access. So can we go back to the slide briefly? So I'll just round it up. Thank you. So I mentioned earlier on that our group chairman is Dr. Peter Agumbiade. We have a retinue of professionals on our team. This is AEC Group. Under AEC Group, we have Advanced Capital. Advanced Capital is saddled with the responsibility of delivering private, public, and partnership projects in conjunction with federal agencies, state governments, and international organizations. We are very big on EPC plus F. EPC plus F is engineering, procurement, construction, and financing. We're also very big on design, build, operate, and transfer, and then design, build, finance, operate, and transfer, and several PPP models for infrastructure delivery. We also have a SPOAC team. SPOAC team deals with geotechnical engineering and investigations. We have Ink Visuals. Ink Visuals deals with our architecture and visualizations. And so we are a one-stop shop for infrastructure delivery for Lagos State, for Nigeria at large. I think at this point, I'd just like to say thank you very much for affording us this opportunity to have an engagement with you guys. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you very much, Engineer. Thank you. Can we please put our hands together for Engineer Lalekon of the AEC? Thank you very much. All right, it's time to make some very quick, good announcements. Are you guys ready for the announcement? You want to know the winner? I know the winner already. One group won. One group. Only one group. The one. But I can tell you that the server did not fail this time. We have a tie. Oh yes, we should clap. We have a tie. It's a very good tie. It was very well contested and everybody passed. Nobody failed. But before I call on the winners, I have to do this real quick. We want to present certificates of, we want to recognize some individuals who volunteered for the DFIP program. So these individuals, we call them the Young African Leaders in Infrastructure Fellowship. They volunteered to serve to help during the DFIP program, and they responded to our call to support us in developing finance infrastructure projects training initiatives. And they took on the lead to organizing and guiding project groups across various infrastructure sectors. So they played a major role in facilitating collaboration and ensuring high quality education, high quality presentation as well for the INFRAPITCH session that you see. So some of the research that went into the presentations that we have today, some of those contributions were made by these individuals. So what is the YALIF program? We'll call it the YALIF program, Young Africans in Infrastructure Leadership Fellowship. So this is an extended leadership and technical development program under the African Catalyst. Can we have one house? Thank you. So we can really do this quick. I'll be done in no time. This is a program under the African Catalyst, and it is designed to identify, train, and position young Africans as future leaders in the infrastructure development across the continent. So the program comprises of the DFIP training modules, that's developing and financing infrastructure project, and it also comprises an extended research-based component where fellows explore and contribute to solutions on real infrastructure challenges. I'd like to welcome the new fellows of cohort 3 of the ALIF program. In no particular order, please put your hands together, join me, welcome Peter Ojo. Who's supposed to help me present the certificates? All right, thank you. Please, I will put our hands together for Mr. Femi Aufala. Awufala. Okay. Okay. Oh yeah, Chakam, where you there now? So that when you want to contest for governorship, now we know he has the capacity. Mm-hmm. Please can we put our hands together one more time for Peter Ojo. He's now a fellow. Thank you. Can we welcome Abisola Adeniji? Abisola Adeniji. Please let's put our hands together and walk. She's not available right now. She stepped out. Okay, thank you. Our next person is Emilola Johnson. Emilola Johnson. Thank you very much. Thank you for your contributions to the last cohort. Thank you, sir. All right, and the final person is Didigu Esther Agata. Okay, so I'd like to use this opportunity to make a quick announcement about, thank you very much, sir. I'd like to make a quick announcement about the next cohort. So as you all know, the African Catalyst is a platform dedicated to accelerating early stage infrastructure development across Africa by providing three things, and I'll read out those three things real quick. The first is capacity building. The second is investment readiness program, or programs rather, investment readiness programs. And the third is networking opportunity. Networking opportunity. I had a chance to have a conversation with a woman recently. She said, I just asked her a random question and she said, in everything you do, build your social capital. And I'm like, oh yeah, sure, we do that. She said, no, be intentional. Like your life depends on it. So this is a woman who owns a primary school but has access to people you like never before. I've never heard it before. She had on speed dial President Obasanjo on speed dial. So I said, how did you do that? She said about 4 years ago, maybe I think after COVID, 2021, there was an opera at the Lagos Continental Hotel, and one of the world's renowned opera singers was in Lagos. And she just heard about it. She's not an opera enthusiast. She just said the ticket was between 500, the least ticket was 500,000. And she said people that will attend are not small people, so she just endeavored to attend. So while introducing herself, the person who was to usher her thought he heard a different name and took her to the front seat. And next to her was Tony Elumelu, and on her right was President Obasanjo. So imagine. And she said she took it upon herself to collect everybody's number, and have been in active conversations with all of them. So she said recently she had to send school fees to her daughter's school in Australia, and the school was asking her to make 4 years payment at once. So she had a limited amount of money, and she just called a few of her friends, I need to do this, my daughter cannot be sent back home. And someone just said, oh, talk to Herbert, the late Herbert Wigwe. And she said, I don't know Herbert. Say, I know Herbert, I'll talk to him for you. And she talked to the late Herbert, and he said, oh, if you're having issues, I can make the transfers for you. When you're ready, you can send the money to me. And I'm like, from where? So that's someone that has a primary school. So you don't know who you're sitting next to. That's what I would like to advise you. Take advantage of the person, or take advantage of the chance you have now to connect with the person you're sitting next to, and be intentional about building your social capital. So yes, those three programs are very important. Capacity building, we'll talk about the DFIP courses, Public Infrastructure Investment Facilitation Program, PIIFP, and Infrastructure Assets in Institutional Portfolios, IAIP. Then you have the investment readiness programs as well, the customized workshops, the sector-specific focus, and strategic advice. Then for networking, we're going to do some before we leave today. We have a structured networking session planned out, so make sure you do not miss it. Then for networking, we have the InfraCONNECT networking sessions, which is what we have today. And finally, the African Catalyst Network. So other important announcements is that we have the African Catalyst magazine. Do we have it on screen? The African Catalyst magazine, there's a QR code you can scan that will take you to the live page. Just scan that code. It takes you to the page where we have issues on a quarterly, we issue quarterly, the magazine on a quarterly basis, and we are open to contributing editors who have content relating to infrastructure to submit their articles. We also have opportunities for adverts on the magazine. I would like to also appeal at this point, it's out of my jurisdiction, but I'm at liberty to say this. We are hoping that next edition we have the Minister of Work and Housing, if possible, the Minister of Trade, if possible, commissioners of Works and Housing, commissioners of Trade, different states in Nigeria should be here, permanent secretaries in these ministries, in different states. So if you have relationships that can help us, it's for our nation, it's for our continent. We'd like you to, you know, I know someone that knows someone that knows someone. Donald Trump says you should grow your influence until you're 4 persons away from anybody in the world. And that's what we want to do. This is for our own continent. So if you can help us know how we can reach someone that can reach someone to get these persons a part of what we're doing, we'll really appreciate it. So Mr. Femi is here, can talk to you. Please help us. I thought you would put your hands together now. Come on. Yes. Thank you. So, Bimpe, do I announce the structured networking now or lunch? Let's go for lunch. Should I announce the winners before we go for lunch? Great. Great. Everybody said yes. Of course, I will do that. Now, we had 4 presentations and the results are out. DJ, do we have something that can create tension? You will collect your balance with small chops. Your small chops will not have chicken, but mama will be there. I can guarantee you. In 4th or in 3rd position, with 61%. This group talked about building a 1,500 hectares Ekpe Green City. Please put your hands together for Group D. Yep. Group D, congratulations, you are in 3rd position. Remember I said there was a tie, so we have 2 groups tying in 2nd position. Now the 2 groups tying in the 2nd position, one of them talked about a coastal highway, the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway, and the 2nd group tying with them, by the way, they both got 62 points. So is the food warm now? You're trying to, you know, put some heat so it's not cold. So the 2nd group that's tying in 2nd position, you know AWS. What's the meaning of the A in AWS? Amazon. So this group is the Amazon Development Company, Group C. Please put your hands together for them. So Group B and Group C both tied with 62 points, which makes the winner of today's, everybody's a winner. Want to give me banger? I should do it again. Oh, the battery. Oh, okay, please can we put our hands together for all our INFRAPITCH presentations today. So, of course, you know, Group A with a total of 63 points. So you can see the distance between 61 and 63. Traffic will make you catch up, you know. Lagos traffic, you catch up. So everyone has done very well. I'm not sure I would have done what you've done, you know. I can try, but I'm not sure. So please put your hands together for yourselves, everyone. That was incredible. So with what we've seen today and what we've heard, we have hope, you know, for Africa. We have hope for Nigeria. I was talking to Toby Toby, I thought I remember your name. I was talking to Toby that I am hoping and I believe that someone in this class will get into government, into a position of influence where your knowledge will come in handy. You know, we have, I'm in the tech space, and we have incubator programs, accelerator programs, and we see a lot of, we have 5 unicorns in Nigeria today out of Africa. Are we good? So we have 5 unicorns. So I'm hoping that we would have unicorn projects in infrastructure. You know, I was asking my Egmont at the back there if we can have a 30-kilometer bridge. He said it is a Herculean task. He will not advise it, but we can do it. If we require such infrastructure, not a 30-kilometer bridge, but at least 30-kilometer road, if we can have such in different local governments in Nigeria, the persons to power those things are in this room. The persons to, you know, help with the insights, the expert advice, and all of that are in this room. So one more time, let's put our hands together for the winners. The winner of the InfraPitch presentation, InfraCONNECT 2.0, is Group A. All right, so I'd like to welcome Mr. Ojeni to please present the check to the winners.
And they stay there, and they say yeah, and they say there. Cause all I do is win. And if you going in, put your hands in the air, make them stay there.
Ludacris going in on the verse, cause I never been defeated and I won't stop now. Keep your hands up, get them in the sky for the homies that ain't making it, my folks locked down. I never went nowhere, what they saying Luda's back. Blame it on that contour, the hood call it Luda.
I like this guy, he's a very smart guy. We played in 2 teams, just in case. Just in case. I think, bring it down, DJ. I think your middle name is Wiki. Yeah, in PDP, you're an APC. Any which way I could declare one winner. That was very good. All right, so after this, we'll be going to the back there to get lunch, but I would like to ask that you do not leave, because when we come back, we'll be going straight into our structured networking session. So please get something to munch on and have something in your hand while you... Okay, yes, can I ask the winners? Okay, the winners and all the judges. Yes, please, can I ask the winners? Okay. Okay, yes, the judges. Please, can we put our hands together for the judges? Just to take a group picture. Yes. So I'd like to ask that after this session, the winners would also join the judges. Then every other group that had presented can come join them as well. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Akintomide. Thank you. Then all those who presented should join the judges as well, please. I'd like our judges to still remain. Yes, our judges should still remain, and everyone that presented, please come join. Yes, one more. Thank you very much, Mr. Group A, B, C, and D. Please, we need you back out. Yeah, everyone that presented, please, we need you. Group A, B, C, and D. Group A, B, C, and D. Everybody that presented, yes. Yes, that presented. And the members of the groups, yes. Everyone in the groups. Thank you. DFIP team, please join us. DFIP team, please join us. We need to take the lectern now. We need to take it off. No, the judges can, yes, the judges can step off the embankment. Can we turn on the full house lights? Let's turn on the full house lights and see if that works. The African Catalyst team, please join. Bingpe, I think you should step forward a little bit. Yes. No, Bingpe, you're not seeing. So yeah, maybe guys, camera crew, please step backwards a little bit so you can cover everyone. Jane, go the other way. Yes. Bingpe, step forward a little bit more. Great. Everybody say cheese. Say dollars. For real. Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. All right, thank you. So, DJ, we'll hand this back to you. Give us some light music while we proceed to receive lunch at this time. Thank you very much to all our judges, to the African Catalyst team. Thank you very much.
kusemathandweni nomuntu engimazi kahle ukuthi akaziphethe kahle oh akaziphethe kahle anikuzeni nakho kusemathandweni nomuntu engimazi kahle ukuthi akaziphethe kahle oh akaziphethe kahle Kodwa bathi sino ayiphakelwa nama ngazi lolu thando luthayo luvelaphi na Kodwa bathi sino ayiphakelwa nama ngazi lolu thando luvelaphi na Anikuzeni nakusemathandweni nomuntu engimazi kahle ukuthi akaziphethe kahle oh akaziphethe kahle Kodwa bathi inhliziyo ayiphakelwa nama ngilazi lolu thando luthayo luvelaphi na Kodwa bathi inhliziyo ayiphakelwa nama ngilazi lolu thando shisayo luvelaphi na
Bring it down, DJ. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right. I see everyone is munching on something and sipping on something. So I'd like to invite Bingpe to lead us through this structured networking session. Please, a round of applause for Bingpe, if you can.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ken. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everybody. Okay, I feel like everybody is just eating. Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. Okay, so I believe majority of you already know each other by names. You've worked on your group assignments together and also the bankability projects we've seen. But we at the African Catalyst believe that it's important to ensure everybody have a great time here. And that's why we've designed the structured networking. So it's really simple. It's not something difficult. Okay, so on your name tag, you see a QR code. If you scan the QR code, it takes you to our landing page. On the landing page, you see a section called structured networking. And if you click on the structured networking, you see different numbers. So you can see A1, B1, C, D, and E. So when you open each of them, it just shows you your number, whatever number you have. So if you can check your name tag, for example, I'm E03. So we have 5 rounds, and each round is 15 minutes. So in each of those rounds, you see where your number falls in, and you see the way your number goes around. So let's say, for example, sorry, please. So sorry. Hello, everyone, again. So like I was saying earlier, if you scan your QR code, it takes you to our landing page. So this is landing page, then you look for structured networking. If you click on the structured networking, you see something like A1, B1, C1, D, and E. So if you click on A, let's say, for example, your tag shows A1 or A2 or A3 or whatever number it is, maybe B1, B2, C, D, E. Just click the one that applies to you. Then you can see, like I said, we have 5 rounds, round 1, round 2, round 3, round 4. So let's take, for example, A1. In round 1, you should be in table 8. So just try to locate table 8, and you go there. So everybody in round, okay, for round 1, so A2, in round 1, you're in table 6. A3, you're in table 3, just like that. So just locate your number and the table you fall under, and then, like that, we begin the session. Do you have a question, please? Does anybody have a question? Just to be sure. Do you understand, or should I take that again? Okay. So if you get to our landing page, have you scanned your QR code? Have you scanned your QR code, please? I think you have. If you open the QR code, it takes you to our landing page. On the landing page, you see our structured networking. And when you move down, when you scroll down, you see A1, B1, B2, B3, B, C, D, E. When you open the one that applies to you, let's say A1 or B1 or B2, whichever applies to you, you see something like this. So I said we have 5 rounds, and each round is 15 minutes each. So for A1, in round 1, you're in table 8. Round 2, you're in table 9. For everybody that opens their, the number that applies to them, they can see whatever table they fall under. So that's your guide to the entire session. And when it's 15 minutes already, you just hear a sound cue, yeah, and also a timer will be showing on the screen. So when you get the timer and get the sound cue, just check your phone, move to the next number, and then we can, fully immerse yourself. So these are just a few tips. When you, get to your table, just introduce yourself. Please don't forget to also exchange your contact info, your email address, business card, Instagram, whatever you feel comfortable with sharing. Then also, please remember to keep the conversations light but purposeful. And most importantly, enjoy connecting with everybody here. So let's start round 1, please. Round 1, please. Let's move to our various tables. Check your QR code. You guys will even understand what I'm saying. Are you sure? Okay. Please find your tables, please. Please find your tables. Whatever table you are, please find it. Locate your table, please. Thank you. Round 1 has started, please. Thank you. I think we were asking about sitting arrangement the other time. The one on your name tag. Okay. If you don't have a name tag, please reach out to me. I think everybody has a name tag. Please check your name tag. You will see a QR code. It takes you to our landing page. Go to our structured networking session, and then you can check the number that applies to you. From there, you'll be able to locate whatever seat you are. Please, I believe everybody is, on their phone checking their page, checking our page rather. I swear. I think I'll just give everybody to nobody's even listening to me. So in round 1, is it table 7 or? Yeah, table 7 for round 1. Table 7, yeah. Please, if you have any issues or any questions, you can just call out to me. My name is Bingpe. You're in table 4? Are you in table 4? Are you? Oh, let me see. Just to be sure that. Please check your, scan your QR code. What table are you? Where's table 5? Okay.
Alrighty, bring it down, DJ, just a minute. We are in the first round of this structured networking session. And if you can hear my voice, it would be nice to follow my guide. So, for instance, in this round 1, if your tag code is A01, you should be sitting at table 8. If your code on your tag is B01, you should be sitting at table 10. Okay, if you happen to find yourself alone wherever you're sitting, please would like for you to join the nearest table to you for this round 1. We'll figure it out in round 2. So let me, for example, again, if your number is A10 on your tag, if your number is A10, you should be sitting at table 8 for this round 1. So those on table 7 should be B03, B12, C13. Those are the numbers we should have on table 7. Now, what table is this? Is this a free table? Okay. For table 6, we should have A02. We should also have A116 or A16. We should also have B10. We should have B14. It is important that everybody has someone they are talking to or talking with. It wouldn't be nice for you to stand aloof at this time. We have entered a structured networking session. Okay. So,
I said her voice is soothing. Exactly. people just want to hear you sleep like, oh, what's that? Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Sorry, my sherbet is in my hand. No, I don't have. I don't have one on
So remember, this session is for 15 minutes. So in this 15 minutes, endeavor to share as much as you can. Your email address, your card, your phone number, if you can share that. But please make sure you are connecting with someone. Make sure you're connecting with someone.
JC, you here? Morgan, how do you do, sir?
Please, we're beginning to round up this round. Do not forget to exchange contacts, phone numbers, email addresses, your cards, Please remember to make as much contact, exchange contacts. We have less than... Oh, we're out of time. All right. I think we're out of time. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. We have to switch tables now. Please remember to submit the feedback forms you were given in the morning when you came in. Everyone, when you walked into the room in the morning, you were given a feedback form. Do endeavor to fill it out and submit back to us before you leave. All right, thank you very much. So we're switching tables now. We're switching tables. You're supposed to go to the second round. And our time has already started. We have 9 minutes. All right, so I think what we should do now at this round, please endeavor to exchange contacts anywhere you go to now. First things first. Yeah, please. We're done, we're done, we're done. We're done here. So when you go to the next table, please exchange your contacts first. I don't think I've been to this table. Hi. How's it going? So we're done on this table. Let's go to round 2. Our time has already started. Our time is starting now. Please, we're maintaining the same process we did earlier. Please ensure you exchange contacts, your phone numbers, email addresses. Yes, that should be the first thing you do at any new table you go to. Please look through the app again and ensure you're on the right table. Exchange contacts, exchange as much information as you can while you move to another table. We only have 10 minutes and the time starts now. We only have 10 minutes for this session. We only have 10 minutes for this session. We only have 10 minutes for this session. Please endeavor to use your time maximally. Tag number 801. Before now you were at table 8, now you should be on table 9. Please remember to exchange contacts, phone numbers, email addresses, and make sure you are on a different table this time. We have only 9 minutes left. We only have 9 minutes. And even not to remain on the same table for too long. Please, if you find yourself alone, kindly join a table that has someone else.
I'm so city. To an official Oh So City mix.
Oh So City.
2 minutes more, ladies and gentlemen. We have 1 minute to go, so please exchange contacts. This is the post. Ladies and gentlemen, we're out of time for this session. It's time to go to the next round. Please find your table for the next round. We're done with the round 2. Now we have to move to round 3. Please remember to exchange contacts, exchange numbers. Please, let's go to the next round. Let's go to the next table for round 3. Please check your tags and ensure you are on the right table. Check your seating. All right, where's table 4? I'm supposed to be on table 4 for this round. Table 4. Okay. Please, this is round 3. Our time will start shortly. Please remember to exchange contacts and change position. This is round 3. This is round 3. Please remember to exchange contact, name, phone number, what you do. For this round, you should be on a different table. For this round, you should be at a different table. I'm supposed to be at table 4 for this round. Please remember to look at your tag, find your seating arrangement, and change. So what's your tag number? If you are on a table with no other person, please join the nearest table to you. Together again. Really? Really? So scatter.
She bathini ma. Ay, ay, keep in mind, Funaba, skin some. Jelani, danger, ay. In danger, ay. In danger, ay. Okipima, tungan, ay. Funaba, skin some, ay. Jelani, in danger, ay. In danger, ay. Okipima, tungan, ay. Funaba, skin some, ay. Jelani, in danger, ay. In danger, ay. Benjaminaizo, engicela ngendaba zayizo. Ay, engabe funi izolo, zaphele zamkhathiso. Ay, Benjaminaizo, engicela ngendaba zayizo. Ay, engabe funi izolo, zaphele zamkhathiso. Ay, okipima, tungan, ay, ofuna skin sam, ay, otshelani, intenda. Ay, intenda. Ay, okipima, tungan, ay, ofuna skin sam, ay, otshelani, intenda. Ay, intenda.
You're now listening to an official Oh So City mix.
Oh So City.
Two minutes more for this round. 2 minutes to go for this round. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's begin to wrap this up and go to the next round. Let's begin to wrap this up and move to the next round. We have one more round after this one. So please proceed to the next table, find your next table, and connect. We've officially come to the end of this round. Please proceed to the next table.